Hello, hello, hello. Microphone testing. Is there a feedback? Hey, what's going on? Good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be. Microphone is actually working today. That's good. Camera's working today. That's amazing. How's it going? How's it going, everyone? How's it going? Good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be. I go by Mechanical Beanstalk. I'm a variety streamer who tries to do more off-the-radar games, which includes games that have a very strong community presence or modded presence, or indies or retros that need a little bit more time in the spotlight, except on Sundays when we play Warhammer 40,000 games, because I love Warhammer 40,000. It is my favorite IP. It is a setting where in the far-off future of 40,000 plus, mankind's empire spans across the stars. Life is very massive and bloated, but also life is very cheap. Stuff like technology is revered with almost spiritual or arcane reverence, and faster than light travel and faster than light communications are achieved through utilizing hell. That's the biggest way, the easiest way to sum it up, right? But yeah, this is our unofficial Warhammer 40,000 Sundays, not our official one. No. This is just something that we're going to be doing occasionally, not every Sunday like it seems like we're always doing. No, but yeah, unofficial Warhammer 40,000 Sundays. We're going to be doing it today. We're actually going to be playing the third DLC for Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. It's a variant of the Warhammer 40,000 universe where you play as a privateering merchant prince in space trying to amass your fortune in the uncaring galaxy, right? And the DLC 3 is supposed to be you go up against the Necrons, right? So the Necrons are kind of like like one of the older races of the universe that have transferred their minds and souls into like a living metal bodies in order to achieve immortality, right? Not my favorite Warhammer 40,000 faction, but I kind of hope that like this Warhammer 40,000 game, the DLC, the Infinite Mousillon, and some of the others are going to, like, enhance my appreciation for Necrons, right? But one of the things also is that I'm going to find interesting is that you're facing off against one of the main characters for Warhammer 40,000 proper, Trazyn the Infinite, right? I don't know if if you end up being a part of his Mousillon, his like collection. He has like a vast interdimensional collection of like various events, items, peoples, races throughout history, which he kind of keeps in like to amuse himself. He collects, he steals, right? But yeah, he's like the first, I think, main Warhammer 40,000 character proper. Like this is the pen and paper side of the universe. Like Warhammer 40,000, I think like late 2000s started their own Warhammer 40,000 pen and paper, like D&D line, right? And it spawned like a lot of different variations of it. And I played, I game mastered like 4 or 5 campaigns of Rogue Trader. So I think I know a decent amount of Warhammer 40,000 lore. I wouldn't call myself a Warhammer 40,000 lore like tuber, but yeah. Every so often during the Warhammer 40,000, unofficial Warhammer 40,000 streams, if there's a little bit of a downtime or load times, I like to switch over to the old RPG PDFs and talk about those. But I think I described it well enough. Let me know if you have any questions. If you haven't already, be sure to like and follow and subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. I really would appreciate it if you would do so. Current goal over in YouTube is to get to 1K subscribers, just so I can kind of utilize the partnership program along with Twitch. Got a little bit more of an earlier start on Twitch. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. And let's go over to the game. And I will continue talking. Anyways, just loaded up, just enabled it. And I think everything's okay. Got to make sure I didn't forget anything. Microphone is working okay. Yesterday is like one of the few times I forgot to... is one of the few times I actually forgot to turn on the microphone. Or forgot to check the microphone and it just turned itself off. Anyways, so we are, our character is Lord Captain Guppo Teawhistle of the Teawhistle Dynasty. He's gone through a number of changes since the campaign started. By the way, I should probably say this is our second time actually playing Rogue Trader. The first time was we made a Space Viking King character. And this one we're actually using a mod called Toybox to make like the Space Halflings, right? So we're having like a Warhammer 40,000 Fellowship of the Ring, right? We have Lord Captain Guppo Teawhistle of the Teawhistle Dynasty with his... he has a Cyber Eagle familiar that he's using for long long range damage, and he has supportive charisma abilities, right? We have Halfling Halfling 𝕿𝖆𝖊𝖚, which interesting now that he has his mace actually has a little smoky effect. That's really interesting. 𝕿𝖆𝖚, the space halfling as well. He's riding along on his cyber corgi, right? His cyber attack corgi, and 𝕿𝖗𝖆, right? We have we have Warhammer 40,000 Halfling J, right? Which I respect into kind of like a blade master, but with one Eldar space elf sword and one space elf pistol, right? And her build that I've been experimenting with is she runs in, she can pepper guys from range and then jump back into safety, or she could run into melee and just chop, 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 that sort of thing. The last mercenary I have, it's not really a character in the game, right? You can get hirings at the beginning of the game. So it was Officer Molly Prickleberry, right? She's just a general sniper. Not much to say about her, really. She's okay. I think snipers, unless the owlcat, actually, the developers do go back and they respec a lot of stuff. But as far as I know, snipers kind of drop off in terms of DPS output compared to a lot of other characters as you progress in the game. At least that's what it seems to me. Right? Excuse me. Almost next, we have another variant that I modded. She's Heavy Gunner 𝕿𝖚𝖆, right? Since I already had a sniper in my party, we're having 𝕿𝖚𝖆. And its whole deal is that she, in this version of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader, she's actually much, much larger than a typical Eldar, right? So she can use human weapons. She can utilize big old, spanky, malanky, guns, which she wasn't able to use in the vanilla game, right? So we're trying out that. We're trying out Halfling 𝕿𝖚𝖆, right? She is a overseer, which means she gets a familiar. So we have a 𝕿𝖚𝖆 with a cyber raven. She's mostly just for range damage, and has a little slight healing. But it seems generally the overseer class, the pet class that they introduced in the last DLC, is really, really useful, really, really good. It seems like most party compositions should have one or more overseers, in my opinion. It seems for instance, 𝕿𝖚𝖆 can throw out her bird to, for the bird can peck and do psychic damage and stuff like that. But also just being able to run the bird into your allies, and the aura can spread any sort of buff you cast on the bird to your allies. So that means you can spread any healing, right? Also. So just having another option for getting lots of heals per turn is actually really, really good. I can't really imagine not having 𝕿𝖚𝖆 as a overseer, really. I think that's it. That's it for the main crew. I didn't really alter anyone else. We have some of the other mercenaries I can show you right now. Just kind of playing around with different characters, different builds, seeing what kind of sticks. Nothing really that was really spoke to me too much. But yeah, let's try to figure out where we go for the DLC. So the new DLC adds a new companion, which will probably take up our sniper slot. So we'll have a very interesting fellowship. So journal, Aberration's Lair. I think we're actually going to originally, yeah, we're going to fight this combat for the DLC. I think I might have to come back though. So Battle Scissors personal request. So I'm not really sure where you start the new DLC. Let's look that up really, really quick. Let's see here. And the lore topic we're going to be talking about today, we talked a little bit about what owlcat would do if they did make another Warhammer 40,000 RPG. They're going to be making the Deathwatch no, I'm not Deathwatch. Dark Heresy. They're going to be making a Dark Heresy game, right? So the original Warhammer 40,000 pen and paper line were Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader, Deathwatch, Black Crusade, Only War, and then Dark Heresy Second Edition, right? And we were talking last stream about what a Deathwatch cRPG would actually look like, right? I can talk a little bit about that, but let me walk and talk a little. So Rogue Trader, Oops, Trader. I can't even spell. Rogue Trader. Where to start? DLC 3. Act 2. Yeah, we. Okay, well, I think we are on at least Act 2. So what does it say? Probably Act 2 is when you meet the companion who says, sure, both good DLC is in later Act 4 or 5, apparently. That's fine. We're actually, I think we're in Act 3 right now. So, maybe we should actually just do this one quest since we're here. We'll kill the gene stealers in this one area, and then we'll jump back. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really quite sure. Let's go back to, maybe we'll go back to our ship. We'll look around a little bit. We'll see if we have anything, any quests that need to be doing. And see if maybe the captain needs Captain Guppo. Yeah, there our rogue trader dynasty is the Teawhistle dynasty, right? And you can see underneath my portrait on the screen is our house crest, the noble teapot surrounded by bird feathers, raven feathers is what it's supposed to be. But yeah, I don't know if we have a house logo. I should say that the mod we're actually using to make all this possible is a mod called Toybox. So we're just flipping around some stats and like models and stuff. It's nothing too complicated. Our ship is called the Hearth and Home. It's more of a kind of like a transport ship variant. There's categorizations of hull in the Warhammer 40,000 spaceships. So we're not like look exactly the same as we did the previous campaign. In terms of like Ratlings, which are 40k halflings in this, when I modded it in, the only thing they're different is that their model size is different, and then they have Ratlings in this version of Rogue Trader that we're playing is going to be plus 10 perception, plus 10 agility, but negative 10 toughness, negative 10 perception. No, negative 10 strength is what I meant to say. I'm sorry. But that's the closest way I was able to. I just wanted to do like a quick conversion of it. But in the Warhammer 40,000 pen and paper game, yeah, I think, and it doesn't really make that much sense, but it's the Warhammer 40,000 pen and paper game is more like a percentage system. You roll a D100 or 2D10. Uh-oh, what? Uh-oh! Uh-oh, what happened? What? Oh no! What's happening? Wait. Oh, that might not be good. It might just be the it might be Toy Box, who knows. But anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, in the Warhammer 40,000 pen and paper game, it was basically a percentage system. You roll 2d10 or a d100, and you roll under a certain number in order to succeed. And the more 10s you get under that number, the better you succeed at a thing, right? And wounds are generally kept pretty low. Weapons are pretty lethal on it. But anyways, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, halflings. Halflings were generally very squishy in that system. They didn't have, I don't think, agility bonus. They had perception. They have perception, negative 10 toughness, I believe. Holy, let's see if this happens again. Negative 10 toughness, and what was I going to say? Negative 10 toughness, and they had I think they had talents, like little modifiers in their character stats that allowed them to, I think, ignore range penalty. I think they were better cooks. They actually had stuff like that, but it's not. I guess it's not a huge variant from the actual pen and paper RPG. But hopefully, my game didn't bug out. I mean, we might just have to have giant halflings for a little bit. That's what I'm assuming. The only thing we really did was just adjust some stats and portraits and model sizes. That's all we really did. So I don't know why that would affect the DLC. But yeah, anyways, oh yeah, that's what I was getting. See, I get distracted quite a bit. But yeah, last stream we were talking about what a owlcat developed Deathwatch RPG would be like, right? And I was saying that I wanted it to be, I think I wanted it to be in current 40k era, right? Current 40k era, right? the main character is um, a a space marine. No, okay, what is happening? Okay. Uh-oh. Let's see here. DLC mods. We can just turn off mods. Let's just do toy box. Okay, let's just try that, see if it works. We might have to have giant halflings for a little bit. Okay. But anyways, yeah, let's try it again. I'm sure it's just the toy box is doing something weird. I don't know why. Because toy box was getting updated as well. So anyways, Deathwatch, right? So we're saying that current day, right? It's going to be in the Jericho Reach because like all the other owlcat Warhammer games have taken place in the same setting as their cRPG, their pen and paper RPG counterparts, right? They you are a kind of like a time displaced space marine, like you went into like stasis for various thing, maybe to combat like an intergalactic threat. I was saying I didn't want your character to be part of the Horus Heresy, like way from the pack when way back in time from when the Emperor was still around. Because I wanted the main character to have an option of being part like of a successor chapter, right? So one of the more recent additions to 40K. So you have a lot of different flavors of main character actually potentially use. Although you could potentially do that. Maybe you can have like as part of your backstory, you can choose which era that you can actually be from, right? That would be interesting. And then what did we also say? We said that like you had like your exposure to like a cosmic horror, right? That actually gives you a specific knowledge of a threat that's going to be happening to the Jericho Reach, like this wide sector spanning conflict, right? And we were saying that, well, I was saying that I wanted because in the pen and paper RPG in the Deathwatch, there's 3 main factions in the Jericho Reach. Let's see if this works. In the Jericho Reach, right? There was the Tyranids, there was the Tau, and then there was the Chaos factions, right? But I was saying like only there being like the Tau is going to be left, because the thing that I have a problem with is if you're going to be setting it in the current day Warhammer 40,000 setting, is that they're like Rogue Trader, for instance, going on a little side tangent. Rogue Trader is set in the modern day 40K, but it doesn't seem like anything really. I mean, there's some changes from the pen and paper RPG days, because the pen and paper RPG days are like it's like M700 or something like. I want to say it's like M700, M800, M41, and currently it's M42 year 300. Right, and so not a lot of like sector changing events seem to have happened in. Let's see if this happens. Okay, not a lot of changes seem to have happened in Rogue Trader, right? So in the Deathwatch cRPG, there's a 3-way crusade: Imperium versus Tyranids versus Chaos versus Tau, right? And like the idea that hundreds of years could pass and like no progress was made. I mean, that seemed very 40K, but I would say that, especially given like events, right? Like the galaxy was split in half. There were a mighty warp storm. That's one of the events that actually happened in more recent 40K. So the idea that nothing happened, beyond the flavor of like nothing ever happened in 40K, it seems silly to me. I wanted to be Tau. That is just the current threat, because Tau is never really featured that much, and like the main Warhammer 40,000 stories in a lot of games are Imperium versus Chaos. It was just fine, but I want there to be something different. And I think it would be interesting to kind of, who knows how much Games Workshop will let owlcat do its thing, but if you wanted to, right, you can have themes of like cosmic horror and like interesting alien empires that have joined the Tau. So it's like a massive threat in particular this system, because like all the other alien factions are like banding together, right? Okay, so I guess we have to play with the giant halfling. That's fine. Let's see here. I don't That's fine. We can do it for like one day. I'm sure the mod authors for Toy Box will fix it next week. Not quite sure what to do. Can you talk to Janra? Let's see here. People buy or plunder. Renew any other training. Okay. But yeah. And also, it'd be kind of interesting to see a cRPG Death Watch where you're like fighting like a lot of like interesting alien races. I think that was one of the tertiary systems that we were talking about last week, right? Where like there you kind of like have to utilize like crusade or resources from the greater Imperium, but you have like it's like all like political maneuvering in order to get it, right? And also like a kind of like a biologist system where you have to like study alien life forms in order to potentially deal with and like even like kill it, right? But I always kind of like wanted to see a plot that's more or less like Warhammer 40,000 versus Star Trek, or Warhammer 40,000 versus like a standard sci-fi setting. And I think it would be very interesting to actually make that into our Death Watch RPG, right? Anyways, I'm not really sure. I think maybe we have to... Let's try just making a warp jump and see if that makes any difference. So I think that's what happened in the last DLC. Is you just do a warp jump. In the last couple ones, actually. You do a warp jump and then a cutscene happens and it directs you specifically where to go. So let's jump out and then let's jump back. So we'll do... I think it's... Oop. No. Wait, no. Oh, yeah, that's right. You have to go... or travel... Okay, let's do it. Your Lordship. I beg your pardon.
Yes, what is it, Dan Rock? Ah, it's such a... I got up, I had my calf, and then Dan Rock, you're coming up to me and with more problems.
Your Lordship, I beg your pardon, but this cannot wait. Drive Master 𝕿𝖗𝖊𝖊 entreats you to visit the Sector Bionica at your earliest convenience at DLC. The ancient architect, the sacred implantation throne, is at risk of being lost forever. The relic is unique and as old as the ship itself. It was damaged during the Trader of 𝕿𝖗𝖉𝖊's mutiny. Despite the tech priest's careless prayers and its machine spirits continue to fade, it may soon be irretrievably lost.
I shall descend to the Sector Bionica immediately.
There's no option to like end the DLC immediately. Okay. I have Hectorum says in relief. I humbly await your arrival. Yeah, it's like all the main characters have bionics. But mentioning a little bit about the bionics in Warhammer 40,000, I'll drop some lore bits every so often. But the more complicated bionics requires a couple things, right? A hypnomat, right? Generally, your ship has, and generally sometimes an MIU implant is required. But it's essentially a couple components that like retrain your brain into thinking that it has more than just necessarily, like, head, 2 arms, 2 legs, etc., etc. Like, it'll trick your brain into saying, oh, well, I have bionic intestines, stuff like that. Oh, I have a giant wheel where my legs were. The brain is just like, not like instinctively thinking, okay, that's cool. I have giant tank treads that my Rogue Trader installed in place of my legs. That's fine. That makes sense. Ah, yeah. Maybe we'll try to reload the DLC, the mod. Cause I miss my small little boy. The implantation throne is majestic in its antiquity. The metal bench, surrounded by countless injectors, manipulators, and vid screens, leaves no doubt as to its purpose. The very nature of the machine is designed to transform living bodies by fusing them with blessed iron. Even to the naked eye, it is clear that the machine is ailing, grievously so. The manipulator segmented tubes hang limply, bleeding unguent, while the dusty lumens are only dimly illuminated. As the tech priests try to revive the relic, each swing of its sensor is like a pendulum ticking down the moments until the throne's timely demise. Interesting. Just a giant surgeon's table. High Factor Danrock. Yeah, you want your bionic eye to be maintained, my dude, don't you? Your Lordship, thank you for gracing the Sector Bionica with your presence. You're already acquainted with Drive Master 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖊𝖊. It is she who has been tending to the ancient relic. She is here to convey the richness of our present position. 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖊𝖊. The tech priest slowly extends her mechadendrites, twisting them in an intricate gesture of greeting. Mechadendrites are just, additional limbs. Catch-all term for that. Lord Cat, but bionic arms are not mechadendrites. Obviously, it's limbs beyond your typical 2 arms, 2 legs. Lord Captain, the blessed machine that dwells within this throne is failing, and many grieving tech priests have been performing unending sacraments of tech healing and prayers of operational benediction on this shrine. But even our devotions are merely staving off the inevitable. This throne is a creation of the 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖊𝖊 made centuries ago. Interesting. Even before the unholy desecration of the relic, we were barely able to appropriate its ancient machine spirit to perform sacred augmentation procedures. Many litanies and operating protocols did not survive throughout the ages. Now, with the demise of the keepers of the implantation throne during the mutiny, these things have been lost forever. The sacred machine must be saved at all cost. What makes this machine so important compared to any other one? Is unique, one of a kind. The tech priest's optics flash, and surprising fervor creeps into her voice. In the logis annals of the Abdictus Mechanicus, this throne is identified as a shrine capable of autonomous augmentation rituals. Its loss is unacceptable, and any conditioning of it is sacrilege. Danrock. In addition, only the rogue trader or persons authorized by the rogue trader may use it. It is an invaluable investment to your longevity and body integrity. I see. How are these relics damaged? The High Factorum clears his throat in grimaces. During the uprising instigated by the rebellious Master of Whispers, the Sector Bionica was besieged. The janitors and Medicaid officers heroically defended the throne, but eventually the rebels broke through. Most of the defenders fell in battle, and many more machines were lost or damaged. Many were able to be restored, but the throne was particularly badly damaged. I see. Does it do anything? The shrine is capable of autonomously healing flesh and blessing it with augmentations under the supervision of the knowledgeable genitor. Maybe that's kind of like how, when you get all beaten up on a planet, you come back, you're automatically healed. Complex procedures can be performed with unimaginable speed and precision, and stimulants administered to require proportions and combinations. It is a true miracle of the 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖊𝖊. And so how do you propose we save this throne? Only a servant of the machine god endowed with a high rank of genitor extremis, versed in all necessary rituals and learned in the mystical currents of the motive force, can perform the reparative sacraments and reanimate their mechanism. The only place that one might find such a servant is a cloister on a station of Altar Templum 𝕿𝖃𝑠 X17. Oh wait, 𝕿𝑃sis, so that's something to do with the 𝕿𝑃sis sector, the border of the Imperium. But we're not technically, as far as I know, I mean, they seem to be very vague in what in-game events have happened since the cRPG or the pen and paper RPG happened. They let you know that the Great Rift has opened across the galaxy, and certain things they drop a little bit. There's new members in certain dynastic families that you encounter. But there's not, like I said before, there's not a huge amount of change that's happened in Kronos lore, right? But 𝕿𝑃sis, so technically Kronos is not part of the Imperium, technically. They haven't said anything throughout the campaign to change my understanding of that. But 𝕿𝑃sis is the last border of the Imperium, right? High Factorum Janus Danrock. To the best of my knowledge, the cloister Mistress Talar is referring to is located in the 𝕿𝖃ndus system. Okay, 𝕿𝖃ndus. Okay, got it. I don't think that's too far away. Its denizens are not well disposed to communicating with the laity, but I'm willing to leverage every diplomatic connection I possess in order to gain an audience with the station's clergy. Well, Danrock, I'll rely on your connections. The Drive Master's Vox Grill emits a binary aria of thanks. Okay. A High Factorum adjusts his monocle with a satisfied... Oh, it's a monocle! I thought it was a bionic. Okay. I thank you for your favor, Lordship. Before you depart the Sector Bionica, I would also like to present you to Genitor Majoris Ferens and Vivisector J's Mertinax. They are currently performing an urgent procedure and therefore were unable to attend the inspection in person. But I'm certain they'll receive the Rogue Trader's visit as a great honor. If you'll follow me. Yes, of course. I'm feeling tall and loud and proud today. What's going on? Stops the operation. Beep, beep, beep. Ah, yes. Where's my coffee? Someone get it. You, surgeon, get me my coffee. The smell of medical supplies and weak cries of pain filled the cold air. Of course, we're not doing anesthetic. Why not? Why would we? Two figures stand over the operating table. The patient lying upon it is bound in place, and his head is soaked in blood. Ugh. A woman in uniform is desperately trying to force her way to the table. Oh. Okay. Serena Schwartz. Okay. That's like the most normal name we've seen so far. Please help my son in the name of the Golden Throne. I know you can. Notek has endured so much. The lined face of the middle deck veteran is contorted with grief. Every word she speaks comes out a long moan. Oh, look at this guy! I love this portrait. Let me take a closer look. Let's see. Oh, look at that artwork, man. Not mad scientist at all. Vivisector Martinex. Your lordship. Your lordship. I don't know if I want to do like a voice for this guy every single time. Your lordship. The medical officer, dressed in protective attire, briefly looks away from the table, and he welcomes you with a solemn address. Vivisector J's Martinex at your service. I don't know. Sometimes my accents kind of come and go and have like different like twangs to it. The Rogue Trader's visit is a momentous event for the Sector Bionica. We grant us the honor of observing the operation. Genitor Ference, the hunched priest on the opposite side of the table, erupts in a furious bionic trill as he struggles to immobilize the thrashing and moaning patient. After a time, he likewise turns his metal-plated face to you. The life-form Genitor Maris Ferris welcomes Lord Captain Guppo Teawhistle of the Teawhistle dynasty. I second my colleague's statement. Watch your work. Tell me about the operation. Examine the patient. Seeing the needs of main mammoths. Tell me about the operation. Serena Schwartz. Lord Captain, our guiding light. My son, Notek, he's injured and dying. I carried him here in my arms on my own, so the surgeons can pull him back from the brink. Please don't leave us. The woman's gaze swings from you to the surgeon table and back again. Her mental state is obviously unstable. Vivisector Martinex. Still working the injector, Martinex turns his head towards you. This young man has suffered a serious head injury that requires immediate intervention. The Genitor Majoris and I are attempting to stop the flesh from dying off while simultaneously deciding on a strategy for further treatment. I don't think the captain really knows anything real. I mean, he has some Medicaid skills, but he's no expert. I don't think. Let's see. Examine the patient. The man chained to the bed is missing the top part of his skull. Okay, yeah, sure. The moist pink contents glisten in the lumen light. The patient is conscious. His eyes are open and his partial lips are constantly moving. Is he not like strapped in? Like they have to hold him down? Man. Like there's all this equipment. Even like it's like 40K style equipment. Like they can't have like a giant servitor like squish him to the mat or something. I don't know, man. It feels like even in this universe there should be something they can do rather than just like holding him with their two hands. Like you have mechadendrites, dude. I don't know, man. Patient conscious, his eyes are open and parched lips are constantly moving as he mumbles. The man's terrified gaze meets yours and he falls silent. How curious. It seems the Rogue Trader's presence is indeed influencing the patient's state of mind. Martinex looks back at you with interest. Whether it's a manifestation of his devout faith in his anointed, or a bizarre form of delusion, it can only be to our benefit. Whatever you're doing, your lordship, please continue. Continue to look at the patient. Yeah, okay. I'll see Captain Guppo. What will Captain Guppo do? Captain Guppo will... I have heard good stories can dull the pain. Would you like me to tell you one of my adventures? He's like squirting blood everywhere. Would you like to tell me about one of my adventures? Let's see here. Well, we won't tell the story about the body swapping, no. So, yes. The man in the bed stares back at you with glassy eyes. His arms held tightly to the bed, straps shudder, and his face contorted in a grimace. Make the sound of the gorilla. Mother's here. but he's deteriorating. I'm the rogue trader, so entertainment.
So, many years ago, before I became a rogue trader,
the grimace fix on the wounded man's pale face makes it impossible to tell how much attention he's paying to your story. Captain Guppo doesn't care. He probably doesn't even really care that the guy's like suffering on the bed. I should say that Captain Guppo, like the first campaign I did were more like straight by the book, not heretical at all. Captain Guppo is like more heretical, dabbling in like all the warp magic. And I think because of certain events that happened in the game as we've been playing this campaign, he's slowly falling to chaos, right? So eventually, once he gets to the next tier of his character class, we'll give him more sorcerer's powers, and then we'll say he's more and more fully falling to chaos, right? Genitor Ferens. You do not need to finish the tale. A moment later, the two people leaning over the patient simultaneously raise their instruments. In a colorless voice, the tech priest proclaims, registering the complete stabilization of the life form's condition. Internal cortical damage has been treated.
I haven't finished my story yet.
What have we done on the stream, right? We did, let's see here. What was like something that was like really hard to do? Let's see here.
One day we fought a clockwork abomination, I believe. It came at me, but I was too deft. I rolled out of the way. I climbed up on his back, raised my bolt pistol to its head, and blasted it through its faceplate.
That sounds like something I would have done. I don't know if that's probably not necessarily legit. Register a complete stabilization. Blah, blah, blah. Vivisector Martinex. He will live, but a stimulation won't replace that part of his brain. If we implant the sacred cortical augment in his skull, it will restore his lost ability to think and act.
Lord Captain, please! Your subject has a genuine need for this augmentation.
That's fine. This constitutes a violation of the sacred directives. The value of an individual life form is incomparably less than the value of the sacred technology required. Augmenteds of specific class are so rare and restricted to senior officers, thus dictate the regulations of the Sector Bionica.
Who is this man?
An expendable life form to be utilized in void battles, one of thousands. A soldier from the Voidsman combat unit and a devoted servant of the Emperor. Lord Captain, this young man has been fighting for his life, even through horrendous pain. If you allow the augmentation to be installed, his perseverance will become an example for others to emulate. Interesting. I should probably act more, like Captain Guppo should probably react more to like compliments. Like if anyone compliments him, he should just like, he's such a, has like little man syndrome. That he'd probably just accept. You want to spend money on this? Of course. My only son, he's serving in the Void unit. I was the one who told him to go there. My poor Nordic.
How was he injured?
In the last Void battle, Lord Captain, when he barely survived his injuries, he suffered a few healing attempts from charlatans on the lower decks, endured a long road to come here. However, no weapon can destroy the devotion and fortitude of the true servant of the God Emperor. Like, how long was he, like, holding his brains in, man?
What are your respective proposals?
Servitor? Servitor or, like, expensive treatment. I understand that, in my opinion, one may strike you as strange, for the mere fact that his poor soul has found its way to the Sector Bionica itself might be regarded as a blessing. Yet hear me out. The installation of cortical augmentation will restore this patient to health, serving as an example for the rest of us through his heroism. This will inspire the people and strengthen their faith in the Lord Captain, and let them know the Rogue Trader's mercy will not abandon them in their hour of need. Genitor Ferens. The life form on the operating table is easily replaceable and does not possess any substantial function. Therefore, the installation of the implant would be devoid of sense, proposing replacement of lock's function by means of Class B powder stimulants. Okay. Class B powder stimulants. Okay. The life form will have limited viability and will be gifted optimal termination period with partial functionality. Made my decision. I'm going to officer in this case. With the augmentation, this man can do without such expensive augments. Like, what would Captain Guppo do? I feel like Captain Guppo would just say, fit the augment, you know? Because he's, like, fascinated by what's going on right now.
Fit the augment.
We hear and obey, Lord Captain. Martinix offers you a graceful bow. I will see the implementation done at once, and the esteemed servant of the Omnissiah will assist me in this procedure. The Genitor Majoris response in the binary carries a distinct tone of displeasure. Ignoring his colleague's reaction, the vivisector begins to inserting the augmentation spikes in the patient's brain with uncanny precision.
Oh, fascinating.
Before long, the iron plate of the cortical implant replaces the damaged bone with a resounding crunch. Ah, I see. In the silence, you hear the soft sobs of a woman. Notek's mother is weeping helplessly, furiously wiping her eyes and hands, but now a smile of relief lights up her face. Thank you! Thank you, Lordship! I'll remember your intercession for the rest of my life and pray for your good fortune. Yes, 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 of course. So what happens when I touch this portion of his brain? Poke! Put him in cold storage. Excellent bedside manner. You don't have any insurance? Get up on the wall. You're sentenced to the wall. Interesting. Okay, well, cool. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm assuming that the toy box will probably be fixed by the next stream. I might try to see if it works. But anyways, so we have to go to take a look in here. Junk trash. Yeah, love trash. Love that. My Rogue Trader economy is based on like trash that I find in like there's a trash bin somewhere on some weirdo planet. Technomat. 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖊𝖃. The tech priest stares at you with a single visor. Amidst a tangle of meat and wires, the owlcat replacing his mouth hisses. Scanning life form. Visit registered. Welcome to Sector Bionica, Lord Captain. You'll be received by the 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖊𝖃. Tech priest turns and suddenly you realize that he was standing with his back towards you. The front of his head is covered in blinking visors. Okay. With the highest priority, I notified the Lord Captain that the sacred architect is still in a gonal state caused by the malicious actions of the rebels. The functionality of the Sector Bionica is limited. The life form 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖊𝖃 humbly awaits your assistance in purifying the reliquary mechanism. What does 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖊𝖃 do? We're contending with the vivisector, don't you? Which means
Tell me more about the Sector Bionica.
the Sector Bionica performs the repair and installation of sacred augments for those who demonstrate the most efficient service to the ship. Interesting.
Begone from my sight, begone.
What is? The screens of ancient mechanisms are as empty as the dark, dead-eyed man sockets. The machine spark has not filled them for a long time. Interesting. Okay, go around for a little bit. Any treasures? Okay, a bunch of bodies. Just, you know, that's fine. Oh, they're like the banners like up high above are already bloody. Like, how is that even possible, man? Take use J. Yes.
1 and 8's done.
Oh, what do we got? Interesting. Requires implantation throne. Okay, so we don't have that yet. Okay, so this is the first optional bionic we have. The range at which medkits and stimulants can be used is increased by +7. Okay, that's interesting. So we have like a remote heal. I am running really low on medkits. When a medkit is used to restore an ally's wounds, it restores +0 based on what? Let's take a look. When a medkit is used to restore an ally's wounds, it restores 0 based on 50% of the target's missing wounds. More wounds. Okay. When a stimulant is used, it restores 0, 50% of wounds. Also grants the ally momentum. Negative vets. I think you're supposed to. There's a galvanization system that you're supposed to be able to use where, like, you can enhance the bonus of your augments. Negative effects. The user's weapon skill and ballistic skill are reduced by -5. I mean, for someone like Guppo, that's fine. But interesting. Who are my main Medicaid guys? I think it was. I think Molly was my main Medicaid. Who? That's a good question. Anyways, I think like Medicaid is pretty evenly spread throughout my party. Now that I think about it. It's interesting though. I can probably give it to 𝕽𝖆𝖆 since 𝕽𝖆𝖆 has the healing spells. But interesting. Let's see. Get over here, and we're finding more stuff. We're finding trash. We're finding so many opiates to take with us. Let's see here. Vivisector Martinex. Genitor Fair. Let's talk to this guy really quick. I kind of get his deal, so it's not that big a deal. Vivisector Martinex. A tall wisp of man hurriedly turns towards you. He is wearing an apron covered in dark splotches, and his thin arms are sheathed to the elbow in medical gloves.
Your lordship, I apologize for my appearance. The mitigate officer bows low. My name is Jays Martinex, and I serve as the vivisector in the Sector Bionica. It is an untold honor to welcome you to our deck. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude for permitting me to place a cortical implant in that injured man. Thanks to your mercy, one more person has been able to continue his service to the God Emperor. The vivisector makes a sign of the Gwilla with his hands and bows to you again, even more deeply than before. It might be kind of interesting of like following this guy's backstory a little bit, because one of the main characters in Dark Heresy, the new cRPG game that's going to be coming out, has a main Medicaid officer as one of the main characters, right? So that's kind of cool. Like a healer in Warhammer 40,000 is kind of interesting kind of stuff to kind of look into. Firstly, I must boldly warn you that until the relic powers the Sector Bionica with the miraculous knowledge that the Omnissiah has healed, to my deep sorrow, the installation of circuit implants cannot be performed. With his florid speech, more typical of a noble than a surgeon, Martinex speaks with general sadness. Okay. Okay, well, just taking a look. Let's figure out what we're going to do. Broken relic, yes. Ancient implementation of the throne belongs to the dynasty. Go to it for this system. Okay, so let's go back. Let's immediately start off on it. I might be trying to stream a little bit later today.
None shall stand in my way.
I might have to get up every so often, and because I think some people are coming to help us out with something at our house. So I might have to multitask a little bit, but for you guys, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Okay. Anyways, The road traders' companions frequently have something to say about unfolding events. Find members of the Lord Captain's retinue on the Void Ship's bridge. So go for Bundes. I don't think it's that far away, but we'll see. Kind of want a little bit more coffee. The most torturous thing about a loading screen is that the last two numbers before the 100%. But see, yeah, like I was saying earlier in the stream, we were talking about like Warhammer 40,000 lore in regards to like Necron. No, we're not Necrons. We're talking about, well, okay, I'll put a pin on that. But we're talking about what would be a Death Watch cRPG, right? So, but we talked about like the main character, like he would have an option of like essentially taking any sort of Space Marine backgrounds, right? We were talking about how we wanted it to be in the current, what was it, Achilles Crusade? What am I saying? The current Death Watch setting, right? And I said I wanted it to be Tau and a number of aliens would be the antagonists throughout the game, right? And like how to actually like deal with them. Maybe it's like a situation where like they can't necessarily be fully dealt with. Well, I don't know. Maybe you kind of want to like leave the players some agency on how to really like sculpt the events of the general universe that they're in. So I don't know if there's just like, on one hand, I would like a Death Watch CRPG to like be able to like have like a galaxy changing events because your character is like, you know, special. He's a special boy. But I kind of like, also at the same time, I like the idea of, let's see here, for Bondis. Can I do Broken Relic? I like the idea of just like having like a inescapable problem. Save the Aldari survivors. And that was lay waste to a Harass Rim Station. And for space. Okay, so wait, we have to go all the way back there? Okay, that's fine. What's the best way back there? We can go boop, and then boop, and then boop. It's fine. I don't want to spend any more things. Hey, David Woomer, what's going on? David Woomer, hello, sir. How are you doing on this wonderful Sunday? Please, playing Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Like trying out the new DLC of the Necron Lord. Was it Tessie the Infinite? Yes, which is his actual name. But yeah, it's doing good so far. We're still on the first mission. Let's go. Boop. We saved, right? Save. More travel. And we have to go here, right? The war passed through without incident, except the crew members on bridge duty. For the duration of the voyage, they heard laughter. It seemed to come from the outside through the airtight seal of the ship's massive windows. The laughter went on and on. That's fine. So let's see here. That's dangerous. I think we have to go... Wait. Can I go here? The engine decks were transformed into exotic gardens. Several chambers spread foliage vaguely resembling the plants on Terra, although they exhibited glass-like surface polished to a mirror sheen. While reflections of the plants perfectly copied the surrounding objects, they did not show a single living being. Those who peered into them saw grotesque blood-covered creatures instead, not unlike bloated abyssal fish with pairs of clawed limbs and sometimes more. Unable to destroy the sinister growth, the voidsmen covered it with plasteel hoods until leaving the immaterium, finally ridding the vessel of corruption. Ah, yes. Just another day in the warp. Okay, save. I don't really feel like having a random combat right now. For Bondis. Yes. Boop. Save. Visit. Okay, we have to find the character who can fix our Binox system. Okay, so that's fine. We can do that. I think like no one in our dynasty, including Captain Guppo, would really have a problem with replacing any bionics. High Factorum Janner Stanrock. Your Lordship, we have contacted Altar Templum Calixus X17. In accordance with your orders, the Astropathic Choir sent a message to the station about the plight of our implantation throne. Altar Templum responded to your overture very promptly, which in itself is extremely remarkable for cloistered servants of the Omnissiah. The Adeptus Mechanicus report that they are most aggravated by the misfortune that has befallen the ancient relic, and they are prepared to dispatch the flagship a learned man versed in the restoration of archaeotech machines. His name is Yogan. I think that's how you say it. I think someone actually said it in the developer's diary. Yogan Febres. And he is ready not only to personally assist the dynasty, but also teach the ship's engine seers about all the necessary rituals. In return, the Crimson Priest asks only that you visit the station and inform them about the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Rykad Marnoris. That's fine.
Very well.
I'll relay that you have agreed to visit the station. Visit Altar Temple in Calixus X. Yes. Oh yeah, were we able to go here in the vanilla game? I don't think we were. I think this is the first time we're actually able to go down. We've entered the station's orbit, Lord Captain, awaiting a signal from Altar Temple in Calixus X17. For a few seconds, the Vox frequency carries only a trepidatious silence, which is soon broken by a rattling voice. 𝕿𝖵.
We offer up our thanks to the Omnissiah for the intersection of events which, with a margin of error within the confidence interval, the infinite branches of the future, this outcome will be marked as favorable. I am 𝕿𝖵, Logis of Alta Templum Calixus X17, and I appeal to the rogue trader for sacred knowledge. What is the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor for 𝕿𝖚𝖆𝖊𝖃? Did we? I don't remember. First, I wish to know if you can restore the implantation throne. Undoubtedly, the restoration of the reliquary archaeotech is a sacred and viable duty of the servant of the machine god, but before this action I initiate a new iteration of appeal to the rogue trader. What is the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor? I managed to remove the reactor from the planet. The Sire's blessing! Let us rejoice with this song in binary. Beep, boop, boo, 101. Let's stupid. Let us rejoice for the probability in which archaeotech was long past. The outcome is recognized as the most favorable. Transmitting proposal for cooperation pact TR2 in accordance with the possession of sacred archaeotech will pass to Alta Templum Calixis X17. I mean, is there any point to really keeping it? What do you want with it? The knowledge of the ancients is undeniable. The scenario of voluntary transfer of the machine fusion. I just lock us out of the DLC. Like, no, I don't want to give it back. No. Transfer of Mechas fusion reactor to our closer recognizes least labor intensive, probably preserving the usefulness in our hands. Approaches one. Consequences of other outdated incomes are deemed undesirable. I mean, I don't really know what to do with it, so yes, you may have the reactor. May you be blessed by the Omnisci as a statistically significant factor. The airlocks of our cloister are open. May reciprocal gift increase the probabilities of your triumph. In gratitude for the expression of knowledge of our archaeotech, the tech clergy of Alta Templum Calixis X17 is prepared to perform grade 3 binary rites over the machine spirits of your vessel. Genitor extremis 𝕿𝖚𝖆𝖊𝖃 Manipulus who has received the benediction of the motive force will be sent to embark your ship immediately. Omnisci's blessing. Oh, Explorer, we got a reputation. Nice. High Factorum Janus Danarok. Your Lordship, if I may be so bold as to point out that this learned man possesses a rare combination of skills, is almost certainly proficient in the creation of blessed augments. Okay. This is a true boon for the flagship of you personally. Yeah, he's going to be in my... I'm not really sure what's going to be going on, like if I'm going to have him or... the Dark Elf companion later on. I think it depends. We'll see what happens. This is a true boon for your flagship and you personally. Okay. Abelard lets out a discontented grumble. All the more particular then that the Adeptus Mechanicus would so readily hand over one of the more invaluable brethren to us. It is unlikely that such generosity is motivated solely by magnanimity and blah blah. Foxmaster Victus. Registering the launch of cargo shuttle on course for our ship. Yes. Sounds good. Let's go meet him. Where are we going to go straight to the Medicae Bay? I don't know anything. I don't know much about this guy. I think they did put like a developer diary little rundown of him, but it didn't really say much about him. He's a Magus biologist, right? So he's a tech priest that actually does focus on the the aspect of flesh and like DNA biology manipulation, which is not unheard of in the Mechanicus. In fact, the opposite, really. But I know one of the main players in my one of my Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader games. Actually, it's a reoccurring character. So he was semi-heretical, you could kind of say, but he was a Magus biologist. Was like specializing in like martial arts forms, right? He had like melee, he had like energy blades that he would like wield in the combat, right? And he would kind of focus more on like the biological implants. I think he worked on like certain DNA graphs and like manipulating certain things and patching up certain people. And he had like an underground laboratory where he was able to like manipulate DNA of certain people. And I said I let that player eventually create bionics, but the bionics were essentially just augmented, cloned parts, right? So he would just like clone people. He would change their genetics, which is heresy, and he would just reattach them. So you'd get a bunch of bionics that like no people could really like tell that were bionics, really, yeah, right? So it was the first campaign that he was actually in,
that player. We went through the entire campaign. He miraculously did not die, right? The biggest thing that like he wanted to do, like we found like an ancient, we found like a very unique like bionic leg implant that can like give you a bunch of like, you know, extra speed and like dodge and stuff like that. But the thing is like you have to replace your lower half, right? And the player, my friend, the player of this character didn't want to replace his dick, right? He didn't want to lose his dick and balls, right? So he's like, he worked to alter this sacred bionics for like, I don't know, like weeks or something like that, right? Heretical. But through a number of different like skill rolls, he was able to modify it, so he was able to keep its functionality, and he was still able to keep his cock and balls. Right? So like that was his name was Nudo, right? Yeah, and like Nudo at the very end, he did when they were going to go on to the last fight, which they thought they were not going to be coming back from. He made like clones of all the other people in the party, right? And he kept them like a stasis vault, so if they didn't come back, the clones would awaken, right? And they would like continue on. And that's what happened at the end of the campaign. Like it was mysteriously the party at the end of the campaign, the party just like vanished. No one knows in the dynasty what happened to them, right? But then like deep in the laboratory, like all the clones like awaken, right? And that was like what we ended on, right? In the second campaign that we played, he is, oh man, I can't remember what he played his clone. It was like undercover, right? Which is cool. Like a lot of the other clones like went insane and like killed each other or were hunted down, right? But he was able to like pull some strings and get himself back into the graces of like another rogue trader ship. But yeah, that character was really fun. I like that. But anyways, yeah, Nudo and I think it was Manus. Manus was his clone, and continued his work. Oh, Sacred Machine 101. Oh, look at this guy. Wow, look at him. The boy. Big boy. Cool. Very cool. I kind of like the motive force aspect of the Adeptus Mechanicus Creed. You know, just like the turning of a gear generates energy, and that energy you utilize for a lot of other things, right? Raising his hand, the tech priest snaps his hand and hand closed, and the sparks of the motive force vanish, almost as if he had caught them in his fist. A corpulent man with a metal abdomen and a bulky carapace, he hovers above the deck like a large crimson beetle. Interesting. A mature face sits beneath an angular black cap. For a servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his visage retains a surprising proportion of organic material and is set in a dense beard of cables and pistons.
A wise man once said that a machine spirit cannot be looked upon, and he was right. For the Omnissiah in his infinite wisdom has concealed his creation even from the gaze of his most devoted servants. But can the believer come to know the nature of a machine only through an eye of organics or steel? No. For the vapor that brings forth the scent of sacred unguents is the spirit's breath. The rumbling of joints and rods is the beating of its heart. And the motive force is the current of its blood.
Interesting. His unaugmented eye closes and his mouth relaxes into a serene smile. His mouth? Wait, can I rotate a little bit? I want to zoom in on his face a little bit. In the portrait, it doesn't look like he has a mouth. It looks like he just has a bunch of like stuff stuffed into his mouth. But look at him, man. That's some artwork right there. Like, look at that. Crazy. This is definitely more recent Mechanicus art style, with the kind of like round bulbous like plating of a Mechanicus. This is just definitely influenced by a lot of like current Mechanicus like bionics and art style versus like say like the OG Warhammer 40,000, where they're just more like like robes and like bulky, like gray, like bionics. I think this adds a little bit more character, but I like his art style. Definitely. Very interesting. Crossing his arms over his augmented belly, the tech priest inhales deeply of air infused with ozone and sacred unguents. I think I've heard about this. Nuncius, the silver skull hovering nearby, stares silently at the priest.
You are correct, Nuncius. I risk boring the rogue trader with my protracted ruminations. However, I will not allow the semantic analysis of my utterance to go unanswered. I will log your thesis for further debate. Now it is time to make my obeisance.
Temperies steadily exhales and opens an eye.
Rogue trader, your halls are filled with sacred metal, and the ship's tech priests must be commended in observing the sacraments of augmentation. That blessed union of flesh and ferrum sanctum. Beholding this charges my galvanic coils with exultation. I, Genitor Extremis 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖊𝖃, greet you and thank you for the opportunity to grace these ancient mechanisms with the gift of operation.
Very interesting. Genitor. A tech priest who has chosen Medicae and biology as their field of scientific research. Genitors account for a large portion of the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and they hold great sway in determining the policies of the cult. They are distinguished from other brethren of the faith by their keen research interest in various forms of organic life. Let's see here. Well, you know, Captain Guppo is not really a learned individual, so to speak. He's not going to really go out of his way to read a book. Can you produce energy? Can you produce, what does it mean? You speak to a service skull. Think you'll go next.
A compelling display of your abilities. Can you produce energy?
An excellent observation. My technical designation is manipulus. And here is the galvanic cell, the repository of the motive force. No, that will take too long. Better to give a demonstration.
So he's more like a teacher personality. He is mechadendrite spring to life, pointing at his augmented abdomen. He has his motive force in his belly. Oh, okay, sure. We're going there. Oh, are you gonna kill this guy? He stabs the mechadendrite into augmented arm of a nearby technomat. Power snakes along the Manipus's chromatic claw in his cell. Into his cell, the technomat's vox stutters and rasps, and then his implements goes limp. Once certain you have seen the effect, Yogan sends the power back into the augment and returns it to life. Questions?
Intriguing. So your galvanic cell not only stores energy, but also redistributes it to wherever you direct it. And you power it, seemingly, by drawing energy from other sources. Okay, so he's kind of like a, electro priest, kind of like style.
Correct. Entirely correct. How rarely do I meet such astute interlocutors among the laity. I respectfully initiate a request for an audience. I must discover what other gems of knowledge are hiding within your rich mind.
I mean, I guess like Captain Guppo has been around for a while, so he's a little bit knowledgeable, but I don't know, he's not like super book knowledgeable, I would say. That's not what I think of when I think of Guppo. Who's the wise man who
Are you finished? I have other matters to attend to.
Not quite. I humbly ask that you hear my petition. The clergy of the Alter Templum Calixtus X17 cloister, in gratitude for the tidings of the sacred Archaeotech, request that you be attended by Magos 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖊𝖃 and the unit Nuncius. I seek your leave to employ our skills and knowledge for the benefit of the fond
Teawhistle
dynasty, including but not limited to tending to the machine spirits of the sector Bionica, and conducting experiments in the name of knowledge. In other words, allow Nuncius and I to remain on the ship and accompany you. We are well versed in augmetics, genetics, alchemy, the anatomy of humans, and abominable xenos alike. and the mysteries of the motive force and of sacred engineering.
Very interesting. I like this guy so far.
May also be employed to eliminate units whose views are not conducive to productive debate.
I made a mention in like previous stream, but yeah, I do like the motive force side of the Dsum Mechanicus. Like they're more like kind of like a they draw the actual kinetic energy from like machines and stuff like that, and like philosophize like what goes into it, and like it does this, it does that. Why would it do this? Why would it do that? So that sort of thing, right? But one of the main factions in my Warhammer 40,000 campaigns that I ran was the I think it's like the Exaltarchs or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of it. But they're race priests, right? They like to make things that go fast, like race cars and like crazy vehicles and stuff like that. But they're worshippers of the motive force, right? So if you generate like more speed, you generate more motive force, and they're all about. They had like an underground like drag racing circuit like in the bowels of the player character ship. I really enjoyed just playing them. It was really fun. I always wish to do this while having an implantation thrown. If I turn you away, welcome aboard. Why do you wish to do this?
It is my sacred duty to stand vigil to ensure the faithful operation of the technology I restored. Beyond that, Alter Templum Calixus X-17 is an enclosed community. Many wisdoms can be found within its walls, but I seem to have exhausted their supply. Theory lays the foundation for exploration, but only practice can open the gates of knowledge. Nuncius and I have always been practitioners, first and foremost.
Okay, interesting. Welcome aboard, 𝕿𝖗.
Skepticism is undeniably one of the instruments of knowledge, dearest colleague. It guards us against many heresies, preventing ego and vanity from clouding reason on the path.
It's an interesting guy so far. I like him.
As you see, Nuncius, it is not justified in every circumstance. Rogue trader, Nuncius states that you are a person of rare perspicacity and prudence. I record this as an incontrovertible fact, and thank you for your hospitality.
So I think Captain Guppo wouldn't really think that much of it. Like he's talking to a servo skull, because certain servo skulls I think can have like, actually I don't know if I think a servo skull with like a higher cortical like functionality, like almost like sentient servo skulls. I think those would be heretical, but something that can like transmit like data and like speak to some extent. I mean, I wouldn't think that would be too out of the ordinary.
But of course, I did not come empty-handed. I would like to present you with this augment. Now that the machine spirit of the implantation throne is awake, I can bestow its blessing upon you or one of your retinue, should the rogue trader will it.
What do we got? Nothing. The hook? Yeah! We can be a pirate. Nice. The user gains the Force Couple enemy and the Force Couple ally abilities. Force Couple. What is? The user deals 1 impact damage to an enemy within cells and pulls that enemy within 1 impact cell and pulls that enemy towards themselves. And the enemy is larger than the user. The user is pulled to that... Wait. The user deals 1 impact damage to an enemy within a certain amount of cells. It increases with your agility. Okay. So you get over here to the enemy. If the enemy is larger than the user is pulled to that enemy instead. If the user has melee weapon equipped, they attack the enemy. Interesting. Okay. And the Force Couple ally abilities. The user pulls an ally within themselves. If the ally is larger than the user pulled to that ally then instead. Okay, interesting. Force Couple enemy. Force Couple enemy allows the user to attack the enemy with a melee weapon. If they have 1 equipped, after the pull, user has 2 weapons equipped. They attack with both of them, but each one deals 50% less damage. Using either one of these abilities sets both of them on cooldown. The user's weapon skill is reduced by 10%. You'd think that you would not be able to use an offhand weapon, right? Since it's a hook. Interesting. Okay. Party members. Okay, I guess we're doing 𝕿𝖗. Okay. Oh man, it sucked. We've had Molly in our party for so long. Yeah, see you later, Molly. Okay, I guess we're doing 𝕿𝖗. So we have a full man party. Nice. Okay. So first off, we should probably unequip Molly. Can't really do that. So what is 𝕿𝖗𝖆's deal? What is he? He's an officer? And we haven't done anything else with him. Okay. Officer, and if we get the mod going, we can also change him into something else if we really want to. So, I mean, we could just try to see if the mod works really quick. I'm not really sure what to have. Let's see here. What do I need? And what does he have? What kind of, like, he has, was it weapon skill 50? So he has better weapon skill. He has better intelligence. Interesting. What kind of stuff does he have? Locked. Okay. Interesting. Because he already has the bionics. Yeah, it looks like he has... Okay. So he does have a mouth. It doesn't look like that in the artwork. I can kind of see it. Oh, I can kind of see the slit of his mouth. It looks like he has a bunch of stuff that's like shoved in his mouth, but this is kind of like a metal beard. Okay, interesting looking chap. Okay, and he has kind of Pascal set up. He has plasma gun, and he has an offhand two-handed weapon. Omnicide axe. Okay, so he has like Pascal set up for the most part. But it doesn't say what he has, like his bionics. So let's do this. Let's do use. Interesting. Captain Guppo. Okay. I think that's cortical okay, so this is, I heard about this. So certain characters actually have now come with augments. Like 𝕽𝖆𝖊𝖚 and Jay come with their own augments. Gray Hood, cortical insertion. When perils of the warp are triggered, because of 𝕽𝖆𝖚𝖚's actions, there's a 40% chance that they are not triggered. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. If 𝕽𝖆𝖚𝖚 is affected by horrors of the warp effect, it is removed and the terrors of the warp effect is installed instead. Okay. The range at which medikits and stimulants can be used is increased by 5. Do I want to do that to her? Because once you like switch out their limbs, you can't get like new limbs. It's probably not that big a deal, really. I think the developer said like for every augment, if you replace out your flesh and blood limbs, for every augment you get, I think you're more susceptible to like electricity damage, which I think is probably going to come into play in like when you face off against more like Necrons. But officer, well, I mean, she is our dedicated healer, right? Should I do that or should I do? I mean, I could just wait. I don't have to do this immediately, but we could do. Oh, he has all sorts of stuff. Look at this. Vertebrae insertion. And that's locked. Kinetic force conduit. 𝕿𝖚𝖆 gains the galvanic field ability. 𝕿𝖚𝖆's logic is increased by 7. Okay. Okay. Can't. Okay, whatever. Mandated insertion. Okay. Analytic system. Forgeable characters gain plus 16 critical hit chance. Okay, interesting. Because we don't really have any melee guys in the group. I can make 𝕿𝖚𝖆 into a melee character. But corporal insertion. Galvanic oblet minoris. 𝕿𝖚𝖆's armor is increased by plus 18. His deflection is increased by 2. Dextral insertion. Magna-Rail Lance. Okay, here we go. This lance grants 𝕿𝖚𝖆 the Magna-Rail Blast ability. It does not count towards the attack limit per turn. This augment is considered to be a dexterous insertion. 𝕿𝖚𝖆 cannot suffer a crippled right arm. Okay. Synaptic insertion. Miasma purification conduit. 𝕿𝖚𝖆 can now gain potential energy stacks. At the start of combat, 𝕿𝖚𝖆 gains plus 1 stacks of potential energy. Interesting. Okay, so we can't use this. Okay. Okay, we've got optical insertion, master link visors. Okay. If the Cyber Mastiff is apprehending, Solomor's damage is dealt by increased by 5 at the start of his turn. If he's protecting, Solomor's armor is increased. Negative effects. Solomor's perception and fellowship are reduced by 5 at the start of his turn if he does not have the Cyber Mastiff in his line of sight or if the familiar is deactivated. Okay, and he comes with his arm. Hand of Penance. Solomon gains the Forceful Pledge ability. Whenever Solomon uses Forceful Pledge, he is suffers slowed until the end of his turn. Okay, interesting. And Jay obviously is going to have a couple things, right? Somatic Insertion. Jay's cervical node. Some might say it's foolish to spend a fortune on a mere neck implant. Jay Hadari would counter that wearing a mere neck implant while being the Princess of Ifrit is simply beneath her dignity. This implant functions flawlessly. Okay, so it doesn't give her anything? That's kind of weird. Okay, in her bionic arm, Jay gains the Severed Cold ability. Whenever the user uses Serve Cold. Okay, well, I don't know what it is. Info? Serve Cold. Served Cold. The damage dealt by this ability and its armor penetration are increased by 18% for each. For 18% for each extra turn granted to Jay. Wait, for each extra turn granted by Jay to an ally. Okay, we respect her, so might not actually do anything. Damage dealt by this ability and armor penetration increased by 18 for every extra turn granted by Jay to an extra ally before using this ability. The extra turn. Yeah, this is not going to be working well for her. But looks like we can give her like the grapple. Actually, you know what? The grapple would be a little bit better for how we respect her. So we can do like a grapple so she can actually get into combat a little bit easier. That might be actually pretty good. Maybe. Let's see, Adira. We already checked out that. And anyone else? What does Pascal have? Oh my god, look at that. Cool. Pascal, what does Pascal have? Pascal, vertebral insertion. Pascal gains the machine bear communion ability. Pascal's tech use increased by 4. Corporal insertion. Allows Pascal to use mechadendrites, of course. For each mechadendrite Pascal has, the attacker's critical chance for the attacks that deal shock damage to Pascal is increased by 10%. These are the following mechadendrites: Manipulator mechadendrite, Ballistic mechadendrite, Medically mechadendrite, Scanner mechadendrite, Utility mechadendrite. Sure. Pascal gains the Machine Spirit Banishment ability. Okay, interesting. And do you have anything? I don't think anyone else has anything else. David Wimmer. You are altering the human with cybernetics from the mechanical game. Yeah. Interesting. Kind of look through certain things. Oh, Abelard. What's his optical? Abelard's monocle. Abelard deals 5% more damage for each ally still in combat within 3 cells around him. Like a dedicated tank. Of course. Anything else? Okay, I think that's it. I might actually give Jay... I mean, Jay's already lacking in an arm, right? So we can give her the Assault Grapple. It doesn't say that it removes one of her... Because she's a dual weapon user, right? It doesn't say that the hook makes it difficult to use any weapons, so let's do that. Hell yeah, son! Yeah! Let's see. Cool. And we can do another arm too, can't we? Yeah, we can. Okay. That's going to be better. We can do... I don't know. I think this is going to be better. Right now, we don't have a lot of Medicaid kits, so it's not really that big a deal, but interesting. This device has been transformed to a masterpiece overflowing with the grace of the Omnissiah. Okay, cool. Well, I think he's just in our party right now, so we could probably go and do... Oh, well...
I won't tolerate weakness.
Let's see here. I was kind of wondering what I should actually do for his respec. We could do another Overseer. That'd be interesting. Let's see. Let's go. But he has natural weapon skill. He has natural intelligence. Officer, Vanguard, Tactician, Overseer. We can do Yeah, we can do another overseer. Oh my god. I mean, overseers are pretty strong, but you know what? We don't really have a master tactician anymore, do we? We don't really need a melee guy, do we? But I don't know. It would be kind of weird to see him kind of like go into melee combat. Like, he just, like, aesthetically, he doesn't really seem to be the kind of like character you want. I mean, kind of. I don't know. Like, big old guy running into melee combat. But let's see. What else can we... What else can we do? What can we actually give him? We can do the two-handed weapons. And then two-handed guns. Can he do plasma gun? Let's see here. I'm just kind of thinking about how we're going to build him in the future and how he's going to complement the party. Well, first off, let's actually go to the bridge. Lord Captain's quarters, Void Ship Bridge. And if we don't get any prompts for going anywhere in particular, we'll go back and to that station and deal with the gene stealers. But yeah, I'm not really sure how to build them. Yeah, we could try to see if we can try loading up the mod again. Maybe like the mod was just breaking the game because it was trying to go into like a cutscene or something. But we can do that. I don't know. Because I would like to try like rebuild 𝕿𝖆𝖊𝖃 from the ground up. But see, we have a heavy weapon expert. We have a kind of like a sort of like hit and run melee expert. The only thing we really don't have is like a melee person or a grand strategist. But I was thinking, you know what we can do? Because we can probably do... Because I know I wasn't that big a fan of like Servo's Skull Swarm before. But we can always do that. Because we have the portrait for the remember that's the Space Marine we killed early in the campaign, and for a while Captain Guppo was using his skull as his like part of his Servo Skull Swarm, right? But let's see. I don't know. Let's do first off save. Maybe a couple saves. Okay. 𝕿𝖆𝖊𝖃, where are you? Wait, where is 𝕿𝖆𝖊𝖃? 𝕿𝖆𝖊𝖃. Is he right in front of my face? Oh, there he is. I don't know why I didn't see him. I'm so weird sometimes. He can make him into a vanguard. I mean, I don't need a backup tank. So I'm thinking like either Master Tactician, or we can just do a buffing over. We already have a buffer though. That's the thing. But Master Tactician has like, I really like how Master Tactician plays. Let me take a look at some of this equipment. Because we had, for the first campaign, we had, Cassia was, like AoE damage and Master Tactician. That was actually super fun. Was it Archer's Refeeding? Or Grand Strategist? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Master Battlefield Positioning for themselves and their the Grand Strategist is able to increase battlefield effectiveness of their party by designating and strengthening important parts of the battlefield. Court Focus, Battlefield Control, Ally Buffs, Unique Utility, Enemy Debuffs. Taking hold. Let me see here. I think this is the one I'm thinking of. The one that you can lay down like zones of control. Yeah. Grand Strategist chooses one combat tactics area. Every ally inside that area except the Grand Strategist gains an extra turn with 1 AP and 2 MP at the start of the Grand Strategist's next turn. It's just fun. But if I did this, I wouldn't be able to do Overseer. I think we have enough Overseers in the party. We have Captain Guppo, and then and then we have like 3 in the party. So I think but what else could we do? We're gonna try something really quick. We're gonna try to see if we can If they're like, we're gonna see if the mod's like completely broken. If it's completely broken, we'll just hold off until next week. But I want to see if I think I might have to reset the proportions on all my guys from scratch. But I want to see if I can respec Yogan. Please restart the game. Let's keep custom flagship off for a little bit. The only thing I have is like a different model. It hasn't been updated in a while too. So let's restart it. But yeah. So while it's loading, what we can do is we can actually talk about, before we were talking about, for the lore subject of the game, we were talking about like what would an owlcat Deathwatch look like. So Deathwatch RPG, right? So we had Rogue Trader, which they translated from the pen and paper RPG. We're going to be having Dark Heresy, which they translated from the pen and paper RPG. So now it's going to be if they continue that trend, we'd end up with like Deathwatch, for instance, right? So internets, wait for Rogue Trader to load, and so probably, let's see here. Go core rule book. Let's see here. Get out of my face. Let's see here. Full screen. So get all these advertisements off. I do have the full rulebook in my garage, but this is kind of easier to bring out and show you guys. So in terms of like backgrounds that you would have, I know eventually they would add more backgrounds of it, but what happens in Deathwatch, in the pen and paper RPG rather, is that like generally each Space Marine character, they have generally better stats, they have better toughness, strength, all that stuff that you translate to like a Rogue Trader cRPG-esque game, right? But then they have like certain squad-based abilities. If they're with like an Ultramarine is with other Ultramarines, they kind of pull it off instantly. But if you're in a mixed company, which you are going to be if you're going to be doing Deathwatch, there's kind of like I think that there's like a cohesion mechanic, which you would have to utilize in like a Deathwatch cRPG. And certain like backstory characters, certain Space Marine chapter backgrounds are going to have like different abilities you can actually utilize. But I think it doesn't really make sense to like change those abilities because they're really tied into the origin of your character, right? But say for instance, Rogue Trader, you can respec guys and you can get like different abilities that you play like during the campaign, right? But it wouldn't really make any sense is like you choose Ultramarine, you have a bunch of abilities, and you're just like, well, I'm not really feeling the Ultramarine abilities. I'm just going to respec him into a Space Wolf. That doesn't really make any sense. But character creation. I mean, what can I actually say? I would say like a lot of the abilities would probably be more abilities you can get through classes during the game. I'm not really sure how they would kind of do that. I would expect it to be like somewhat similar to how Rogue Trader's archetypes are. Like the Space Marines would have their own archetypes. But I don't know. Like it would have to feel different because the biggest thing about the Deathwatch pen and paper RPG is that it did have the same system as like Rogue Trader and Dark Heresy, but it did feel different. I gotta say. Just because like you're playing like a Space Marine, like some of the penalties for like wielding like power armor are different, or like non-existent. But in terms of like backstories, definitely you have to have Storm Wardens. So we'll talk about Storm Wardens a little bit. So Storm Wardens, I think they were made by Ross, he was one of the main creators of Dark Heresy. I'm fairly certain Ross made Storm Wardens. So Storm Wardens are kind of like Celtic themed Space Marines, and if your jam is the role-playing aspect of Warhammer 40,000, this is your chapter, right? In certain ways, because they were they're Calixis's Space Marine chapter. They have their main homeworld in Calixis. It's like in some forbidden sector. I forget exactly what, but they're like Celtic. They each have like a sacred claymore. They're supposed to be like maintain, and like generally it's a lot of times depending on the role, if they're like a tactical marine or something else, they don't necessarily utilize their claymore all the time. And it's a mono claymore, right? So the claymore is like edge. They have like forged with like specific materials, right? And the edge has been honed through technology to like a molecular, like one atom, one molecule, thinness, right? So they're super, super sharp swords, right? Very well renowned swordsmiths. They have, kind of like Celtic runes. They have like names like MacLear and stuff like that. But let's see here. Kavita, how's it going? Kavita, what's up? Hello, my dudes. I'm still in the back rooms. I have lost a toenail. Well, you can just, isn't there something that eats toenails in the back rooms? I don't know. Like, how's the cat doing? The half cat. But, you seem like you're thriving in the back rooms, Kavita. So, good for you. So the Stormwards are stoic defenders, often found upon the various borders of the Imperium. Up until recently, the Space Marines, and keep in mind, I think this is still, this Death Watch is the time it takes place in, is M30. I want to say it's M30, not 37. Is it 37? I think it might be either M37 or like early M40. I want to say. I think I'll have to look it up again. I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of being weird. Up until recently, these Space Marines found their attention upon the great warp storms that troubled the Halo. So this is one of the backgrounds I would think that Death Watch would definitely have, just because it's so intrinsically tied to Rogue Trader and like Dark Heresy and all that stuff. Like this is the role playing game chapter, right? It was founded in the role-playing games, the early days of the role-playing games, right? They're often unknown and unsung heroes who to those planets they defend. For the Stormwards are highly insular, and there are only a relative handful of monuments and records that celebrate their long list of battle honors. A bizarre twist of fate occurred in the depths of the 36th millennium during the Age of Apostasy, an event that many hold responsible for the chapter's aloof nature. So Age of Apostasy is when the church kind of rose up and tried to take over the Imperium. It's a little bit more complicated. Like all the stories I tell, like Warhammer 40,000, are like more complicated than what I make it out to be. But they essentially you have the High Lords of Terror, which generally oversee like a branch of the civics and like the military of the Imperium and what they actually do. And one of the High Lords was in charge of the administration, but he also became in charge of the church. So he was like 2 High Lord seats, right? That was the first big whoopsie of that. And he kind of went insane. He had like a lot of like a rain of blood that he kind of like forced upon the Imperium. I think like generally everything was really split. And I think that kind of like a lot of other LoreTubers are probably going to go over the fact that, it's just a long... It is where the space nuns came along, the Sisters of Battle, right? They came from this like period of time. But where was I going with this? It also, I think, was, if I remember correctly, it was around this time where the Council of Terra appeared. So there's the Nova Terra Interregnum kind of started to gain power around this time. So I think it was after this, they started becoming more... So essentially, like in the Galactic West, if you look in a Warhammer 40,000 map, most of the Segmentum Pacificus, not a lot of stories take place over there. I think it's one of the more interesting aspects of the setting that at one point, like a second Council of Terra was formed to oversee like a lapse in like regulation and cohesion and like all the mechanics of like how the government works in that side of the galaxy. So there was a second High Lords of Terra, the Council, right? And they essentially like split from the Imperium. I think it's more pronounced like after after the Age of Apostasy is when it's more known. But like unlike a lot of other like civil wars the Imperium had, this lasted like 5,000 years. They're like it's like 5,000 years. Like a lot of the civil wars in the Imperium are like put down, like within a couple hundred years. This lasted for like hundreds of years, man. And like it does not really talked about as much. In the end, it's like, yeah, the Imperium gets together and like puts them down, but there's a lot of things that like say about like they would have like, because I think it was like most of the Segmentum Pacificus. So it's like an entire like half, a good portion of the Imperium is just like on its own, and it's like a second Imperium, right? But they haven't really like delved into the fine details of that. But I think it's like fascinating to really like look into like the small stories that are kind of linked to that. My campaigns that I actually, more recent campaigns when I'm game mastering the Warhammer 40,000 role-playing game, when I go back, my setting is in the early days of the Nova Terra Imperium, right? Anyways, let's talk a little bit about the Storm Wardens and we'll bounce back. Actually, while we're doing that, I just want to see that it does. So I want to say, let's see if we can get Toy Box working. I think what might have crashed the game was the ship mod that I'm using, custom flagships. But he'll load this up while and I'll play around with it a little bit. We'll see if it crashes at all. And while it's loading up, we'll continue to talk. So, Kavita, lol, I've been in the back rooms for 3 days now. Oh, okay, well, I mean, hopefully you have all your amenities, like, refrigerator, toaster, that sort of thing. Storm Wardens lost many of the records of their founding during what later became known as the Nemesis Incident in roughly M945 and 36. So, like, the entire galaxy is being all, split because of the uprising of the church. I think so the Calixtic sector is fairly young. I don't know if the Storm Wardens were founded before the Calixtic sector became a thing. I'm having trouble like locating my dates right. But upon the conclusion of the Nemesis Incident, the serving Storm Wardens chapter master 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖊𝖃 consulted with the Inquisitor Lord of the Order of Xenos upon a most dire decision. The chapter master sealed many sections of the Storm Wardens Fortress Monastery by the authority of the Lords of Terra, which is, I mean, it's just one guy, I think, for the most part. Like, was it the guy who was in charge of the church and in charge of the administratum? Like, he pretty much like ruled it, because he solidified his power to such an extent. Like, most of the decisions for the entire galaxy were just like, for the most part, like officially going through him, but he has a lot of like cronies and stuff like that. Upon the conclusion of the Nemesis Incident, so I mean, yeah, if you want to like get into your headcanon, like that might have something to do with like what happened to them. But I think it's mostly like in the player community. It's there's a race of aliens called the Enslavers, which are kind of they're a biological entity that actually exists in the warp, right? And without kind of like turning the goop and like falling apart. And they're able to cross into, am I thinking about this right? Yeah, I think I'm thinking about this right. The Enslavers are able to breach into the material space by invading Psyker's dreams and like turning them into like flesh gates where more enslavers can go through and like dominate the minds of like other races. And they have like psychic powers. They can shoot stuff like that. And generally once they overrun a planet, it's like they're really hard to like deal with. So I think one of the things is like there was an enslaver outbreak that affected like a section of this chapter. I think it's not officially confirmed. I think like Rob is he's currently hosting the Warhammer 40,000 version of Lorebeards. I think he does it like every Saturday, but you can actually check out his YouTube or YouTube streams. Lorebeards 40,000. I'm not sure what happened to his co-host last time. I noticed like yesterday he had a different co-host. Maybe she was just out for a day. But yeah, he does like a lot of the stuff that's in like Rogue Trader in the cRPG were made by like Rob and like in his team, right? But let's go back and let me make sure. I think... Okay, let's go back. I think it was just the ship mod that was being weird. So I think we can go back to it. But anyways, like the Storm Wardens have like very like Highlander theme, like thunder theme stuff, electricity themes and stuff. They have kind of like, you know, like braids and like Celtic symbols. Yeah, so far it seems to be working okay. Let's go back to the bridge. So we could respect 𝕿𝖗 like completely. He doesn't have to be an officer. But anyways, the Backrooms monster has told me that his name is 15 and what I should name him. It was 15 and what should I name the half cat? I thought you already named the half cat, didn't I? I found a fish with legs and his really cool shoes. That's pretty cool. Are the shoes your size? Can you like do like sharesy, or can you like share? Like, can you have like one shoe and he can have, or she? I shouldn't try to like force a gender on the fish legs person, the fish with legs. But who knows how the fish identifies? Yeah, I think it's working so far. So I think we have our halflings back. Because the ship combat thing. There's probably more like Necron ships. Maybe that's why it F things up. Let's see. If the bridge loads, then we'll know that the mod is working fine. But yeah, talking about the Storm Wardens, they are, if we're looking at the Rogue Trader cRPG, where we are right now, they're just in, their home world is just a sector over. So they're, I mean, still far, but not as far as a lot of the other, like, you know, Space Marine chapters. So that's kind of cool to think about. I think definitely, yeah, okay, so it's working okay. So yeah, all my short kings and queens are back. Nice. Okay, so now we can think about like how we want to respect 𝕿𝖗. Well, first off, so 𝕿𝖗, I think we might not even have to respect him, because I think I might just do a Grand Strategist. But Grand Strategist, I'm not sure where Grand Strategist comes from. Officer would be good. He's not as good at ballistic skill. He's really good with weapon skill. We could do a melee guy. But I think a lot of his like abilities are going to be from like range abilities, right? So let's see here. Let's go to Danrock, right? I want to take a look really quick and see how are we going to do this. I want to know more about your fellow crew members. Skilled fighters. So, no, let's do that. Appearance. Let's just do something really quick. Origin, archetypes. Can we do archetypes really quick? Still loading. Sure. Let's just do really quick. Convictions. Doesn't really matter. Homeworld. Okay, so if we wanted to do, if we did want to do like a, well, no. We have to do, in order for 𝕿𝖗 to keep a lot of his abilities, he has to be a tech priest. So his origin has to be tech priest. So we can't mod that out. But origin, so we can do, yeah, he has to be, yeah, like this stuff. I can't change tech priest as far as I know. Misor priest, sanctioned psyker, noble, arbitrator. Yeah, I think that's the case. So arbitrator. But I mean, technically we could make him into arbitrator, and then we can have like another dog on the field, like another summon. I don't know, man. Like we're already like that would be. It feels like that would be kind of like cheating in a way, right? Because I think you would have like all sorts of like weird Arbite's powers, and you would also have a lot of weird like Tech priest powers. I feel like I would be cheating a little bit. Arbitrator. Archetypes. Okay, so we can... I just wanted to look at this screen and kind of like plan out what we're going to do. So we can do officer. We can keep him as an officer. We can keep him as an... He was an officer, right? Not operative. Maybe... I think he might have been an officer. Blade Dancer... I think he might be operative. I can't... Honestly, I can't remember what he was. Soldier, Blade Dancer, Warrior. I think I might not make him as melee. I don't need a melee. I don't think you need a melee... Like, I think if you had a 100% non-melee party, I think you'd be fine for the most part. But I mean, we could. What would we do? Warrior, Blade Dancer. I think you'd probably, like, bug out. I don't know, like, what would happen if you made Yogan into a Blade Dancer and, like, you tried to make him, like, flip. Like, what would that even look like? Like, it would probably, like, freak the F out. I'm kind of curious now. I kind of want to try it, but I don't know. What do we have? In terms of like the second tier, we have Assassin, Vanguard, Bounty Hunter. Like I haven't really tried Bounty Hunter. I think I might just keep him as is. Because I do really like the Grand Strategist archetype. Executioner, Overseer, Executioner, Arch-Militant. We already have that kind of stuff. I mean, the only thing I really wanted to try out was Bounty Hunter. Because I never really wrapped my mind around Bounty Hunter. I know they're geared towards being able to... Bounty Hunter's geared towards more like single target DPS kind of stuff. But I never, like, the mechanics of like how you can utilize that in a group efficiently, it's not really something I kind of like wrapped my mind around. I mean, right now I think Ilgan's probably fine. Like long distance stuff. We have our tank who can be in melee. We have the his cyber corgi who can be in melee. I think that's all we really need, personally. Arc Militant, Executioner, Overseer, Grand. I think I'll just keep him the way as is. Yeah. So Yogan, we're gonna keep as is, and I think what we're gonna do. Yes, officer. Okay, so he's not an operative officer, so you can do extra turns, which is fine. I don't mind having two people with bring it down. Voice of command, that's fine. I mean, I don't know. Because we can do... Officer, Grand Strategist. I think this is fun. I mean, we can always just respec later. We don't have to keep this as the way it is. But I think I'm definitely going to do officer for now. I could do operative, because operative... We can respect to operative, because operative can go into Grand Strategist too. And the operative would also link more synergize better with... I think I might actually do that. I might change Yogan to operative, because then his stacks of exploit would be able to synergize with Adira. So he'd synergize with the party a little bit more. But I don't know, what else can he use? He just gives extra turns. That's all he can really do. But I think, yeah, I'll do that, and maybe I can actually give him a lot more like sniper stuff. I think he can actually use sniper, yeah. Assault lasgun, las rifle. Can do. He doesn't have any like flame stuff, but I can have him. Yeah, like, and also we have to look at to like what he can do. He could be a sniper, like a sniper like turret kind of guy. That would be fun. I mean, we can just like gear him towards sniper. His ballistic skill, what is it? Intelligence perception is low. Willpower is willpower is so low. Why is his willpower so low? Okay, 40, and yeah, if it would slot well with, because we're taking Molly out of the party, right? Who is the sniper? I think I'll probably do that. Maybe I'll switch him over to operative. I don't think that's really like that much of a change, really. That's not really like a cheat. I mean, it's just like one archetype, right? Anyways, let me see. The fish says the coolness of the shoes will evaporate with my very uncool existence. Well, already I don't like the fishman, because you guys are cool. You all are cool. Bingle, bongle, dangle, dingle, yakadoodle, you could be ping pong like the tuta. I think you're speaking backrooms, so I don't speak backrooms. Yo, I found some West with pizza. Should I eat it? Yeah, of course. I mean, if you find pizza anywhere, on the floor or stuck to a wall, eat it. That's my policy in life. Okay, so I guess we're going to do Sniper. Would be fun for Yogan. And then he'll probably have some weirdo abilities from his, like, Bionics. But we could also do like melee, like flamer. We can do plasma. We can do. He has. Yeah, we'll do operative. So we'll respec him in operative. So let's see here. If I remember right, it is. What is it? Control at 10. Okay. Toy box. Barnabas and party pets. Party. Let's see here. I think I have to. Probably have to go out. Let's see here. Boo. Yeah, we'll respect him into his main thing will be ballistic skill and I think he can only use for his melee weapon. I think he can only use Mechanicus axes. I think. Let's see, melee. Let's see here. Oh no, he can use other stuff too. You know what? I kind of wanted to have someone with the buzzsaw weapon. Do I have any buzzsaws? I don't think I do. I wanted to try out buzzsaw weapons and see how good they are. But yeah, we can do Omniscient Axe, Omniscient Axe. See Delphin Pattern, Omniscient Axe. Ooh, that's fun. But you know what? It was fun with Pascal was like a shotgun kind of like semi-range build. So, I don't know. But I think that operative would be a better thing to go because that would synergize better with what I'm thinking about. Let's do Control F10, Solomon, J, Yogan. We already saved, right? So let's see. Can we respec character level just based on level? How do I do this? I can't remember. Custom, respect from level 0. Characters can be respect will close them on to character level up. Yes. Nope. Nope, not reset. Not level 30. Let's see. I think I messed up. Hold up. Wait, let me make sure. Yes. It changes your character level. Will not change experience features associated with character. Do normal level up. This gets recalculated when you reload the game. Experience adjust based on level. Close. Wait. I want to make sure I didn't do anything weird. Let's see here. Level 1, officer. So I was mastered. No, I think I messed up. Let's see. Load. Quick save. We'll go into like a ground-based mission first. Then we'll go and respec him. And maybe we should get some. Yeah, like if I'm respecing him into a sniper, I don't have to stick with that. Oh yeah. But anyways, excuse me. Let me go while it's loading. Let me go get some coffee, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Returns. Thank you very much for waiting. Thank you. Okay, so where was I doing? I was going... where was I going? Oh yeah, I was just going to go... Okay, we loaded. And we'll go to a planet or something. We'll go down as like a landing party. And then when we're all down there, then I can see about respecking Yogan. Okay. Looks like Operations later. Yeah, let's just go back to killing the gene stealers, I guess. Eventually they'll probably tell us to do something. Oh, you know what? We should actually check the trading outpost, the faction trade. See if any like bionics are available. I'm sure there is. Okay. Oh my god, we got to go so far back, don't we? Let's see, it was like here. Where was it? It was lay waste there. Oh my god, it's so far away. So I think we have to go here. And then like around here. The calm beat in your ear comes to life with a crackle. Okay. Lord Captain, Abelard coughed silently. Following the rites of healing performed by esteemed Manipulus Furbus upon the implantation throne in the Sector Bionica, the machine spirits dwelling within the relic revealed something extraordinary to us. Upon awakening, the sacred architect brought several more machines back to wakefulness. After performing the diagnostic rituals, the tech priest discovered a secret door behind one of the devices. Okay. It was inscribed with the ancient Teawhistle coat of arms, Von Valencia's coat of arms. As soon as the tech priest tried to enter, a genetic guardian blocked the way. It refused to open the door to anyone but the rogue trader Siberian Von Valencius or his heir. Interesting.
Siberian Von Valencius, what do we know about him?
Therein lies the problem, your lordship. No rogue trader by the name of Siberian is listed in any dynastic chronicles. The historiators of the flagship are unfamiliar with the name. While the Guardian thinks that it belongs to the owner and never existed, is a mystery, and only you as an actual head of the dynasty can find that answer.
I will go immediately.
As you say, your lordship, the Factorum has taken upon himself to make the necessary preparations. He will meet you there. Interesting. An ancient doorway, eh? Interesting. Bounty hunters relentlessly chase their prey. The most dangerous and capable enemies and display the natural aptitude for slaying them. Penetration of enemy defenses and critical hits are what bounty hunters do best. I don't know, man. I don't... Eventually I'll play around with Bounty Hunter a little bit. Kind of get a feel of what kind of Bounty Hunter spec I would like. But... what else? Okay. I guess one problem is like with running Toy Box is that I think it'll work okay, but we'll see. Okay, it's working. So far it's working. Interesting. All right, the fellowship is ready to go. Interesting. Okay, so we have Yogan here. We can make it 𝕿𝖆𝖆 like small or big too if we really wanted to. I don't know. I don't really need to do anything about his size, but let's do 𝕿𝖆𝖆. We saved, right? We saved, right? Let's just double check. Save. Save. And 𝕿𝖆𝖆. Let's see here. Classes, stats, features, buffs. Let's see. Reset. Character level. This directly changes your character level, but will not change XP or adjust any features associated with the character. To do a normal level up, use +1 level above. This gets reacclimated when you reload the game. This sets your experience to match the current value of your character level. I do want to respec. Respec from level 0. Respec characters. Pressing respec will close the mod window and change the character level. I do want to do that. Respec from level 0. Let's see. I just want to make sure I don't break the game while I'm like randomly pushing buttons, you know what I'm saying? Let's see here. Guys, if you haven't already, be sure to like and follow and subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. I really would appreciate it if you would do so. Current goal over on YouTube is to get 1K subscribers, and I would appreciate any sort of additional follows over on Twitch as well. Actually help me out, because I would like to do this full time. That would be nice. I would like to actually put out a little bit more edited content. But if you want to help me out, there are very different ways to do so. Logging in and just lurking is good enough as well. I do stream Wednesday, Thursday nights, Saturday, Sunday mornings. But if you also want to contribute, liking, following, subscribing definitely helps. But there are also there's a Patreon option in my main page. You can actually find the link to that, or there is channel. Super chats. There are bits, all that jazz. If you want to support the channel as well. But yeah, I do appreciate you guys. I just want to let you know. Okay, let's put 𝕿𝖆𝖆𝖆 into a blender. Respec from level 0. Respec from level 0. Character level, 𝕿𝖆𝖆𝖆. Reset. Not level 30. I don't know why it's doing level 30. I'll change his class. Okay. Let's see if I'm doing this right. Levels. This indicates your character level is not chance to experience. So you get to level up. Use +1 above. Just got features. Male, manipulous. Gender male. How do I... 6 characters can be respec. I would like to respec. How do I respec? I can't... I know I respec before. I can't remember exactly how I did it. Features. Show all. That's buffs. Abilities, make rise and inspect. Abilities, voice of command. Dendrites. cRPG. Very well tested. Inspections. Make your I mean, I can just like build him the way he is. It's not really that big a deal, really. Reset. Just based on level. Officer. How did I do that before? I can't quite remember. I mean, I can always just do this at a different time. I don't want to take up the entire stream by being weird about this. Reset 30. Let's just be some level 0, level 15, officer, respec. Oh, here it is. Wait, it's obviously like load. I think I got it. Load. There's a respec button. An obvious respec button. It was like right in front of my face. So, let's see. 𝕽𝖆𝖆𝖊𝖊 doesn't really use a whole huge amount of exploits. Usually we're just using like throwing out abilities, right? Psychic powers, right? So I would think that most of her things would be like pulling up passive exploits, and Yogan would utilize them as kind of like a sniper and like heavy weapons expert. We can also have Yogan more as a healer also. He can use one of those bionics. No, actually, no, he can't use that bionic that we got. That's right. But yeah, sniper and master tactician is what we're going to respec him as. Okay. Okay. Respect Yogan. Okay, cool. It's like obvious. The button's like right in front of my face. Okay, we're not doing officer, we're doing operative. Okay. And we're gonna do from the ground up. And he has all of his ability, his origin stuff, and his bionic stuff like that. So that's fine. Analyze enemies. Logic, tech use, awareness, Lord Imperium. We'll do a little bit of Medicaid. We'll do Medicaid for all of them. Exposed weakness, that's fine. Dismantling attack, that's fine. Let's see here. Fresh target, instant exposure. Okay. So let's see. How are we going to build him? When the operative attacks an enemy that has full wounds, that attack deals 16% more damage to that enemy. Okay, instant exposure. Exposed weakness costs 0 AP, potentially, yes. Whenever operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and +2 armor penetration until the end of combat. Only applies to the first strike or projectile on a burst attack. Yes, because he's a sniper, so that'll work just fine. Weak body, we saw. Exposed weakness also reduces the enemy's toughness or willpower by 15% for 1 round based on what? Intelligence. So he has high intelligence, so that's good. Maybe 15 for 1 round. Maybe I'll put that there also. Because he's going to have... we're gonna pump up his ballistic. We're gonna keep his intelligence very high. What's this again? Let's see. What is this? Ferrum Sanctum. For every stack of this effect, the creature suffers 15% more shock damage. Okay, so the more bionics you have, the more damage you get from like electrical attacks. Ballistics calculation. The operative attacks the target with an exploit stack from a distance of 12 cells or further. That attack deals +13 damage, and that's based on intelligence, I'm assuming. Perception. Okay. Got it. Got it. That's both perception? Perception. Maybe. When an operative's perception bonus is 10 or higher, they gain +1 AP and ignore enemies' deflection. That can be really good as well. But we want to focus a little bit more on intelligence. If the target of analyzed enemies has 2 or more exploits that suffer, the target suffers 2 more exploits. Sure, I guess so. Continuous analysis. At the start of the operative's turn, the enemy with the largest number of exploits suffers +2 more exploits. If 2 or more enemies are tied with the largest number of exploits. So getting like passive exploits, I think I would really like. So yes. Covert protocol. When the operative is in partial cover, their cover efficiency is increased by 15%. The bonus is doubled if the operative is not moved during that turn. I guess, yeah, sure. And then they end up like bookmarking everything. When the operative hits an enemy that is affected by both exploit and exposed weakness, enemy loses -3 MP and their damage is reduced by 10 on their next turn. I mean, it's okay. What we're looking for is long range single target DPS that it ignores, probably like dodge, ignores like damage deflecting, like ignores dodge and ignores damage reduction stuff, and it exploits his high intelligence. That's what we're looking for. Operative's allies gain +2 critical hit chance and critical hit chance when attacking targets affected by exploits. Yes. The operative suffers -15 less damage from enemies affected by exploits. No. Passive learning. On the first turn in combat, the operative randomly distributes the same number of exploits. On the first turn in combat, the operative randomly distributes the same number of exploits as when using allied enemies among all enemies in a 10-cell radius around the operative. That's kind of situational because sometimes you're not within 10 squares. At the start of each of the operative subsequent turns, they distribute half as many exploits among all enemies in a 2-cell radius around that. Nah. Reactive study. If the enemy affected by an exploit within 5 cells from the operative attacks the operative or their ally, that enemy suffers 5 more exploits. Within 5 cells? 5 more exploits. Okay. What's that? Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, there's a chance I might have to end the stream a little bit early, depending on how things go. But where were we? If the enemy is affected by exploits within a 5-cell radius, the operative attacks that. Wait, if an enemy affected by an exploit within a 5-cell radius of the operative attacks an operative or their ally, that enemy suffers 5 more exploits. I think that's good, actually. Just get like free exploits. What is it? Intelligence, based on intelligence. Nice. Yes, definitely. So that's good. It's within 5 cells. I mean, that's not that big a deal. I mean, sometimes I'm going to be within 5 cells of my guys. Interesting. If an enemy affected... So if it's triggered when they attack an enemy or an ally that's within 5 cells. So it could be like another sniper attacking a guy within 5 cells of your buddies. So that's not bad. Sharpshooter. If an operative had not moved this turn, which is something I can do, they deal +2 more damage with single shot attacks for every 5 cells between them and their target and gain +3 ballistic skill. What is it? That is intelligence. Nice. Yeah, definitely. Hell yeah. Definitely that. If the operative inflicts an exploit even on the enemies which are outside of the operative's line of sight, well, the operative inflicts an exploit even on enemies which are outside of the operative inflicts an exploit even on enemies that are outside the operative's line of sight at the start of their turn. That's fine. More exploits are good, I would say. Improved tactics. We got a lot of lock stuff. Tactical knowledge. Tactical knowledge. I think that's an ability you eventually get. Yeah. Tactical knowledge requires 3 exploits instead of 4 and increases the operative's damage by an additional 15 once at that threshold. Okay, and which is based off of intelligence. Yes, definitely. Informed hit. If the operative uses precise attack on the target affected by 5 or more exploits and scores a hit, they become a critical hit. If the operative uses precise attack on target affected by 5 more. Okay, interesting. That's based on what? That's based on intelligence, so that's good as well. Insightful precision. Sure. So, another asterisk next to the stream is I have most of the cats inside the office right now. So, they might play around the cameras, pull some stuff that they shouldn't be pulling. Hi, Toby, what's up? And generally interrupt the stream. So, where were we? Precise attack grants operative a bonus hit perception equal to bonus perception equal to, no, I don't think so, because already I don't think he has the greatest perception in the world. But let's move on. Sniper expertise. Perfect spot additionally grants operative +8 armor penetration against enemies that are 7 cells away or fewer. And that is what? Perception? So no. We're going to focus on intelligence. Terrifying presence. If intimidation... No, Toby. Please, Toby. Down, Toby. Down. Down, Toby. Down. Hold on one second. Down. Already, we're knocking stuff over. Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys. We're already knocking stuff over. Pulling light sources down. The chaos is magnifying. Come here. You want some cat? You guys want some cat time? Cat time. Cat time. No. Me. Mango, do you want to say hi? Okay. Anyways, terrifying presence. If intimidation kills the target, the damage on all enemies in the area of intimidation is reduced by an additional 7%. Based off of what? Perception? Intelligence. It's okay. Forge roll. Calculated relations. Forge roll characters can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. Sure. Why not? I guess. Fires of the Forge. Forge roll characters gain +3 deflection against burning, effect, and flame weapons. Maybe if I was able to change them into a... I think mostly like operative is mostly like just sniper stuff. It's not really focused on a lot of other things. But come back to it, I guess. Persistence of the Forge. Forge roll characters gain a stacking +10 bonus to hit and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Successful critical hits from single target attacks increase. Forge carries a second 10% bonus to hits on dodge and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. So, yeah, that would be good. Successful critical hits from single target attacks increase the hit and dodge reduction. Yeah, that's actually really, really good. So I think we're going to make 𝕗gn into our new sniper. Pinnacle weaponry. The first attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon. And for his like backup weapon, we'll probably do like arc rifle or something like that. The first attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon, so not arc weapon, deals damage equal to 5. For the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to 2. Steel the Forge. While wearing heavy armor, Forge roll characters gain +1 MP deflection and cannot fall prone. Manipulus. Okay, interesting. So we get more skills for tech priests. So Manipulus. Okay, interesting. 𝕗gn can target enemies with Bring It Down. Okay, so we change his reduced by 100%. Okay, so we don't have Bring It Down anymore, so we don't have to worry about that. At the start of the turn, 𝕗gn gains +1 AP if he has at least 5 stacks of potential energy. Okay, interesting. Galvanic reaction. Whenever an enemy attacks an ally affected by galvanic field. This creature suffers no damage for 𝕗gn's ranged attacks. Including Magnet Rail Blast and Transonic Wave. All single target range attacks made by 𝕗gn targeting this creature ricochet to a random. Nearby enemy. Okay, the damage and critical hit chance for such attacks increased by. Okay, so you could potentially what, like make a sniper bullet like ricochet. Interesting. 16 shot damage. Okay, interesting. Induction transmission. When transonic cannon is used against a creature suffering for burning, the power of burning is increased by by +5 damage. Transonic cannon is used. Okay. We're not really doing any burning stuff, though, are we? Transonic wave. Okay, interesting. Lost energy. Enemies hit by 𝕉𝖄n suffer 15% more shock damage until the end of combat. Does not stack. I don't know if we're necessarily going to be doing tons of shock damage. After 𝕉𝖄n uses 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖊𝖊 lance, the next instance of shock or energy damage he deals within 1 round is increased by 16% based off intelligence? Based off of tech use. Interesting. Okay. Potential difference. After 𝕉𝖄n uses 𝕿𝖗𝖊𝖊 lance, the next instance of shock and energy damage he deals with is... The next instance of shock and energy damage he deals with in 1 round is increased by 16%. I guess. At the start of combat, 𝕉𝖄n gains +1 stacks of potential energy. Okay, that's good, I guess. Trajectory calculation. 𝕉𝖄n gains +10 block when targeted with range attacks. Okay. Wait, so even without a shield? Okay. 𝕉𝖄n can target himself with Bring It Down. In that case, his resolve is reduced by 100% for 1 round. He does not gain AP, but can make additional attack instead. Interesting. While under the effect of this ability, 𝕉𝖄n has... Well, we're not going to have Bring It Down anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant. At the speed of thought, 𝕉𝖄n restores his wounds. It restores wounds to an ally and also regains his own wounds. Interesting. Features repair, make it dendrite. Okay, interesting. Conduction. When a creature affected by his electrified strikes ends his turn, each creature... Wait, is that melee? What's that? Electrified strikes. Single target weapon hits with an additional... single target weapon hits an additional 𝕉𝖄n's intelligence shock damage to all creatures. Okay. Sure. Sure, I guess. Interesting. High voltage. Allies that move through cells occupied by the energy wall. Energy wall, okay. Gain +2 MP. Enemies that pass through the energy wall will suffer 2 shock damage. Sure, I guess. Machine God's protection. A creature affected by Blessing of the owlcat gains Ferrum Sanctum. Sure, that sounds fine. Okay, so in terms of other skills, I would say probably like... What do we have? I don't think we have any gaps in our skill knowledge, but he has intelligence, so we should probably give him something. So that's... So tech use, Medicae... What should he focus on? Xenos, maybe? Logic. Okay, and what else? Bolter weapon proficiency, calculated resolve. There's no, like, bolt snipers, I think, right? Calculated resolve. Until the end of the turn, the user gains +2 resolve for every critical hit scored. +2 resolve for every critical hit. Until the end of their turn, the user gains +2 resolve for every critical hit scored if they have an augment in their cortical insertion. Okay, sure. Why not? Chain weapon expert. Agility would be good to have. And then ballistic skill, yes. And then intelligence and perception, I think, is what we need to focus on. So we'll do that. Charge distribution. Okay, this is new. Whenever the user uses a grenade, they deal additional shock damage equal to 10% of the grenade damage times the number of stacks of Ferrum Sanctum. Okay, interesting, I guess. Combat Master. Enemies get no melee superiority bonus. Dual weapon combat. I don't know how that works with the 𝕉𝖄n. Interesting. Dueling mastery, durable nodding. Enemies immobilized are slowed by the character's Weber. I don't think he's going to do Weber. Echo pulse. Enemies hit by the character's arc rifle. We might do arc rifle. Suffer number of echo pulse stacks equal to 10% of the damage dealt. These stacks last until the end of combat. Sure. Energy accumulation. If the user does not move during their turn, which he might not, he gains 0 stacks based off of what? Based on the number of augments installed. Okay. Weapon skill and ballistic skill until the start of the next turn. Oh, okay. That's cool. Does not stack. Okay, that's good for a sniper. Yeah. Enhanced splash area. The area of plasma overcharge is increased by additional cell on each side of the all axis, vertical, horizontal, and diagonal. An external power block. The character gains an additional attack with a plasma weapon in the first round of combat when reloading a plasma weapon for the first time in the subsequent round. I guess I'll bookmark it. Flame weapon. I guess we're not going to do flame weapon. We're going to be doing like sniper for the most part. Sniper and arc rifle is what we're going to work on. The first grenade used in combat does not spend AP in the... Yeah, Grenadier is always really good. High resistance. The additional damage from Ferrum Sanctum stacks is reduced by 10% per stack. Sure. It will not die is always good. Las weapons. Enemies suffer a negative 20 penalty to dodge against las weapon effects. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Liturgy of Insulation. If the allies become the secondary targets of the character's arc rifle, they do not suffer damage. Good. Melee weapon specialist. Melta weapon expert. Nimble. Sure, why not? Overclocking module. Whenever the character hits with an arc rifle, the radius of the area where the additional targets are affected increased by 1. Yes. Sure, why not? Piercing charge, plasma overdrive, ignores 5 targets deflection. Power weapon expert. Which he does have, but he's not going to go into melee very often. Fire damage, residual charge. When it hits a character with an arc rifle, they gain plus 1 residual charge stack. When reaching 10 stacks, they immediately gain an additional attack with the arc rifle. When the effect is triggered, the stacks are removed. Yeah, let's do that. Safety training, plasma, cider, Weber, solid weapon expert. Solid weapon attacks gain plus 2 minimum damage. Maybe. Staggering jolts. Targets hit by the character's arc rifle must pass the toughness test or suffer -1. Sure. Sticky weapons, swift movements are always good. What else do we got? We got lots of stuff. Stuff that we can do. Melta weapon, plasma. Eldari bolt weapon, breaking point. Breaking point, what's this? Heavy weapons. He's not going to do heavy weapons. I don't even know if he can do heavy weapons. I don't think he can with the arm. Deadly accuracy, critical damage dealt by the character's Eldari weapons. He's not going to do Eldari weapons. When the welder uses successful shield bash, he's not going to do that. Dukari, finesse, flame weapon expert, heavy weapon armor proficiency. Sure. Eventually, I don't know if he can even do that. If that's an option for him, I don't know what kind of armor he can and can't do. I don't think he can because he has that belly augment, right? Heavy weapon proficiency. Instant retribution, block, lethal precision. Each turn, the first single-use attack the user makes, good, scores a critical hit, and deals 50% more damage if the user has an augment in their optical insertion. Yes. Archetypes exemplar. Okay, so you have to be rank 3. That's interesting. Metal shell. During the first round of combat, the user gains +0 deflection. Okay, that's... sure, I guess. Bookmark that. Motive Force Overload. After galvanizing an augment, the user gains +2 AP and +3 MP. Sure. Overpower. Heavy weapons. Poetry Pain. Drukari weapons. Power armor. I don't think he can even do it, but okay. Residual power after galvanizing an augment, the user gains base damage. Cool. Shield mastery. Okay, so I think we're all good with that. Okay, so what do we even do? Exposed weakness costs 0 AP. That's actually pretty good. Exposed weakness. I think, I wanted to get... Let's do exposed weakness for 1. Intelligence, perception, ballistic skill. Let's do ballistic skill. Yes. Calculated relations. Okay, persistence of the forge. Personal characters gain stacking +10 bonus to hit. Against any target with a hit with a single target attack. Yes. Yes. Successful critical hits from single target attacks increase the hit. Yes. What else? We can do manipulous, excess energy. At the start of his turn, Iogen gains +1 AP if he has at least 5 stacks of potential energy. So I can do the one that gives him potential energy. At the start of combat, Iogen gains +1 stacks of potential energy. How do you get that? Potential energy. For every 1 AP spent, Yogen gains +1 stack of potential energy. These stacks are used to activate Yogen's unique abilities such as Galvanic Field. Every stack increases all energy and shock damage dealt by Yogen by intelligence. That would be why I would like to do... It's just energy damage? Wait. Hold up. Reaction. Wait. Potential difference. Wait. Yeah, potential energy was what I was looking for. What was I looking for? For each stack that increases all energy and shock damage dealt by Yogen by... All energy and shock damage. Okay. So, for sniping, I should probably do las snipers, if I can. Yes. Okay. So, las, that sounds good. Let's see, what else? What else can I do? And these ons are repair mechadendrite. Can I? How do you get repair mechadendrite? Charges Stroop. When a creature affected by electrified strikes ends its target. Let's see. High voltage. Galvanic gate mechadendrite. Okay. On the side, a creature affected by blessing on the side. Defend the fine work. Let's not worry about that just yet. Potential. At the start of his turn, he gains. If he, let's do that. Yeah, do that. Ballistics calculation. If the operative targets attacks the target with an exploit stacks from a distance of 12 cells or further, deals +13 damage based on intelligence. Right? No, perception. Okay. Boo. Combat insight. Person moves its own higher. Analyze enemies with 2 or more exploits. It suffers 2 more exploits. I like having it like tons and tons of exploits. Continuous analysis. Until the start of the operator's turn, the enemy with the largest number of exploits suffers 2 more exploits. If 2 or more enemies are tied, so I just want something that's like passively gains like a crap load of exploits. You stream. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Saints, what's going on? Nice, was able to make it. Good to have you. How you doing? How's life? Hope you're doing okay. Well, we're just kind of, we were respecking Eogan to make him into like a interesting energy sniper guy. Actually, I'm kind of excited to actually build Eogan up a little bit from the ground up. Operators under potential coverage efficiency is increased by 15%. Well, so double the operators not do. Yes, joint offense. The operator's allies gain +2 critical hit chance and when it. Let's do. Hold up. Let's just do. Yeah. I have target of analyze enemies. Analyze enemies. Is this the one I'm actually doing? No, Toby. Hold up 1 second. Cat's invading. Come on. Don't pull anything. Let's see here. Yep. I'm trying to have to have all the cats in the office today, for the most part. I think Calypso's somewhere, but 3 of my 4 cats are in the office while I'm streaming right now, which is not good because they like to hop up on the desk and pull out cords and stuff like that. And Toby is like really, hey, do you want to say hi to everyone, Toby? Hi. You want to say hi? Come here. Okay. We haven't said hi to Toby in a while on stream, have we? So Toby, he's like 19, he's like 18 or 19 years old right now. But he's just a little baby. Look at him. He actually looks really good for his age. Hi, buddy. Want to say hi? He's a little annoyed. What's up? How you doing? I think I need to trim his claws a little bit. I think there's this one that's kind of growing inward a little bit too much. But anyways. Go play. Target analyze enemies. Analyze enemies. That is yes. Yes. Comprehensive analysis. Because more. At the start of the operator's turn, the enemy with the largest number of exploits. Let's do comprehensive analysis. Yes. So we're just getting lots and lots of exploits, right? Intelligence, perception, ballistic skill. Let's do that again because I would like to up his that. Oh, there's lots of stuff here. Okay, so there's lots of stuff. Charge distribution. I think we're taking a look at that. 𝕿𝖗𝖆𝖉𝖊 grants electrified strikes to himself or an ally within 6 cells for 1 round, allowing the target to deal additional shock damage. To use this ability, 𝕿ogan must have at least 2 stacks of potential energy, which are removed afterwards. Okay. Electrified strike. Single target weapon hits. So it's single target. So it's not melee. It can be melee or range. Single target weapon hits deal an additional 50% shock or 50 shock damage to all creatures within a 1 cell radius of the initial target. That'd be good for him. Excluding the to all creature. Oh, okay. Excluding the attacker. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Well, definitely like that. Defend the divine work. 𝕿ogan grants a blessing of the owlcat to himself or an ally within 6 cells for 1 round, increasing their armor and damage dealt. Blessing of the owlcat. This creature's armor is increased by 𝕿ogan's intelligence bonus. Okay, good. Up to a maximum intelligence, and the damage it deals increased by armor after all. That's interesting. So it increases by armor. So you can have, So it's How long does it last? Increases armor is increased by intelligence bonus up to a maximum of intelligence. Okay, so and the damage increases, but there's no cap on damage because there's certain you can get like pretty high armor rating. That's interesting. So I mean, this would be good for doing like long range damage because you can charge your shots so they hit guys around. Defend the Divine. This is actually pretty good as well, though. Let's see. They're pulling all the curtains back. Hold on. I got a kitten that's stuck on something. You okay? You good? Hi. Okay. That's good. Galvanic Gate Mechadendrite. For 1 round, 𝕿ogan Gates creates an energy wall that occupies 5 cells in a straight line. Okay. Ranged attacks made by 𝕿ogan or his allies through this attack deal an additional 5 shock damage and have armor penetration. More armor penetration. So wait, and have armor. Okay, so it doubles the armor penetration. Is that what it does? That's actually pretty good because like a lot of the damage reduction in like stuff in this game is like pretty brutal. For how many? For 1 round. Okay. What's cooldown? It's what? Wait, cooldown once per combat? What? Wait, no, that can't be right. Right? You can only use it once. If it's only once, then that sucks. And it only lasts for 1 round. That doesn't sound that great. I mean, the doubling your armor penetration is great, but like sometimes you're not able to like stay in one spot. You know. Little Toby, a wise little baby. Yeah, he is a wise little... well, I won't say wise, but he's a little baby. Armor penetration can't go wrong. Yeah, but I mean, if it only lasts for 1 round, then you can't use it for the rest of the combat. I'd rather put his points into something else. Repair Mechadendrite. I think that's actually pretty good, too. 𝕿ogan targets an ally within at least one augment, with at least 1 augment installed, and restores 0. 𝕿ogan's tech use times the number of Pharaoh and Sanctum stacks of wounds up to a maximum of 60. Additional healing is pretty good. I think there's a talent associated with that, too. Okay, let's go back to Operative really quick. Until the Operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal 5% more damage. Yes. Precise attack. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, the target's cover efficiency... I feel like cover efficiency has never really been a problem for us before. Like, it's mostly like dodge or armor. Not even like deflection. Like just dodge or armor is like the thing that's always coming up. Cover efficiency and block will be reduced. And block, okay. This attack will have hit chance, okay. Intimidation. The operative's next non-area attack inflicts an intimidate effect on the first target hit by the attack and on all enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target. The damage dealt by intimidated enemies is reduced by perception, but we're not focusing on perception. We're focusing more on intelligence until the operative's next turn. The negative effect is doubled for I mean, that's not bad. The negative effect is doubled for enemies with less than armor. I mean, it's okay, but I don't think it's like for the kind of sniper we're building. So we're building an energy damage sniper, that can buff. That's what we're working at. So the operative gains plus 25 cover efficiency, plus 15 perception, and plus 15 ballistic skill. That's not bad. Lasts until the operative moves, does not stack. That's not bad. I'll bookmark it. Tactical knowledge. The operative removes one exploit from each enemy within a 5-cell radius around a point within 10 cells from... so it's 10-cell distance and then 5-cell radius. If there are only one enemy in that area, the operative removes all exploit stacks from that enemy. All allies... removes one exploit. All allies gain armor until the end of combat. Okay. Plus, removes... Wait. Okay, I see. I think I see. All allies gain exploits removed. So if you just do a group, it only removes one exploit. Okay. But if you do one enemy, it removes all their exploits. Armor until the end of combat. All allies gain... So if you remove 5 exploits and it's 5% armor, I mean, that can't... I mean, if 4 or more exploits are removed, the operative deals... exploits remove more damage until the end of combat. That's actually not bad. I'll bookmark that as well. Okay, so what are we doing? I think joint analysis. I don't think 𝕽𝖶𝖌𝖚 has joint analysis. I kind of want to there's a few good things. Blessing of Homicide is good. Charge distribution is good. Like, there's a lot of good things. I want to do a little bit of synergy. Let's see here. Tactical knowledge. One exploit for enemy. Because we're going to be putting out a lot of knowledge, or a lot of exploits with our build. So exploit all armor until the end of combat. Not yet, but eventually. Joint analysis. Until the operator's next turn, their allies also remove exploits and deal 5 damage based off of intelligence. Intelligence, yes, that's good. I think I'm going to do electrified strikes. Elegant grants electrified strikes to himself or an ally within 6 cells for 1 round, allowing the target to deal additional 0 AP, deal additional shock damage. I think that also... There's another ability that lets you... Can I go back? Excess energy... Manipulus... Let's see. Excess energy. To start a turn, Aegon gains plus 1 AP if he has less 5 stacks of potential energy. Galvanic reaction. Whenever enemy... attacks an enemy affected by galvanic field. Galvanic disruption. Okay, wait, let's go back. That enemy suffers 16 shock damage. That is... no damage for it was range attacks, including making... Wait. Affected by galvanic field. Wait. Affected by galvanic field. What was... Galvanic... wait. Let me... Creates an energy wall that occupies... So how do you get galvanic field? I'm a little confused. Grants blessing of homicide to himself or ally within 6 cells for 1 round. Wait a minute. Galvanic reaction. Whenever an enemy attacks an ally affected by galvanic field, how do you get galvanic field? Am I crazy? Creatures so no damage from Aegon's range attacks, including a magnetic blast and transonic wave. Maybe it's just something he just has. Maybe he just has galvanic field ability. He just comes with it. You don't have to learn it. Whenever the enemy attacks an enemy affected by galvanic field, whenever an enemy attacks an ally affected by galvanic field, the enemy suffers. That's pretty good. 16 shock damage based off of intelligence, right? Or tech use. Lost energy. Enemies hit by Aegon suffer 15 more shock damage until the end of combat. Not bad. Whenever enemy Aegon uses Magneral Lance, that's something I think he already comes with. It's one of his bionics, I want to say. At the start of combat, Aegon gains +1 stacks of potential energy. Wait, wasn't I seeing something that, like... Oh yeah, here it is. Here's the thing. So these are the things that synergize with that other things. So repair mechanism, you're going to restores wounds to an ally and also regains his own wounds. Not bad, but I think there's probably something better. Conduction. When a creature affected by electrified strikes ends his turn, each creature damaged by this effect triggers again. So we can do charge disruption, electrified strikes on a sniper bullet, energy. Single weapon hit does an additional 50 shock damage to all creatures within a 1 cell radius around initial target. So it'd be 100 shock damage. That's actually not bad. I can't remember. I think it's more likely to encounter things that are vulnerable to shock versus things that are resistant to shock, from what I remember. So that's not bad. So you can do like a decent AoE if you got enemies that like to clump up against each other, which is, there's a few combat scenarios you can actually get where you can like bottleneck guys into a little section. Wait, but it's only enemies, right? Let's see here. Charge disruption. Like it deals with additional shock. I'm just mostly thinking about Iogun. Grants like deal additional shock damage. A single weapon hits to all. It's just all creatures, so it's not enemies. So it's friendly fire. Okay, well it's good to know. It's only 1 square, but you can do potentially 100 extra damage to creatures right around it per attack. What's the cooldown on it? That's cooldown 1 round. Okay, that's not. I mean, it's good. It's good. Galvanic reaction. No, wait. It was conduction. Yeah, so it's double the electrified strike damage. Okay. High voltage. Allies that move through cells occupied by the energy wall, which we're looking for. But it's only like, it sounds like it's only once per combat. Which I don't. Allies move through the cell occupied by the energy wall, gain +2 MP once per round. But wait, if it only lasts a round, what's the point? Enemies that pass through the energy wall suffer 2 damage. Well, let's unbookmark that. I don't know. It's weird. A creature affected by the blessing on the 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖊𝖗 gains number of Ferrum Sanctum stacks critical hit chance. Creatures hit... critical hit chances on attacks made by this creature is reduced by... I think we'll do charge disruption first, because that sounds good. And it says energy damage, right? Or shock damage. And I think he has talents that increase shock damage. So we should be able... I mean, if they programmed it right, that should do... We can just keep on, like... We can bottleneck a bunch of enemies and have Iogun use, like, energy weapons to, like, just spread a bunch of shock damage in a crowd, right? You think that's how it would work. I don't know. Who knows? We did Medicaid last time. We'll do tech use, because he has stuff that synergizes with tech use. Ballistic calculation, combat insight, continuous analysis, covert protocol. Let's see here. Operative attacks are employed with the exploit for a distance of 12 cell deals 13% more damage. Not bad. Perception bonus. Let's unbookmark that, because we're focusing on intelligence. At the start of operative turn, the enemy with the largest number of exploits suffers +2 more. Yes, let's do that. We're going to do a lot of, and that's, just put a lot of exploits. And I think there's one that actually spreads exploits around too. We might actually do that. Calculated, okay, so calculated relations, fires of the forge, conduction, loss of energy. Wait, high voltage, we should have that, right? Excess energy? Wait, shouldn't we have? Oh, we just get it? Okay, interesting. Wait, no. Speed of thought. Oh, no, here it is. Or what is it? It's somewhere around here. Hold up, wait. That is, when a creature affected, yeah, here it is. When a creature affected by electrified strikes ends its turn, each creature damaged by the effect triggers again. Okay, so it's not immediate, but so good. I think it's good. Yes. Also, we can do, when an enemy affected by a galvanic field, the enemy suffers 20 shock damage. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to kind of like remember. Enemies hit by Iogun suffer 15% more shock damage until the end of combat. Does not stack. But there's other things that can add more shock damage to it. So let's do conduction. We'll do conduction. And remember, we got to make sure we spread our abilities well. Dismantling attack until the operative's next turn. The target cannot move. Until the end of combat, the target's MP are reduced by 3. That would be good. Dismantling attack also cripples the enemy, reducing their weapon skill and ballistic skill. I think I would rather just pin them down. Dismantling attack also intimidates all enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge and armor. The target also provokes an activity whenever it attacks. Let's do that. Tech use, Medicae. Let's do 1 Medicae. And let's do tech use. Yes. Intelligence, perception. We're doing intelligence. Let's see here. So, we're running out of initial buys. Let's see here. Our penetration can't go wrong. Saint, how many rounds last a combat in this difficulty? If it lasts like 6 or 7 turns, things can go one round a lot more reasonable. That's a good point. But I think, how many rounds? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to answer that question off the top of my head, but it feels like they last a little bit of time. But generally, I'm like save scumming a lot, so I don't know if that makes a difference. Let me make sure my camera's all. Is my camera crooked again? It is a little bit. Let me fix some lighting sources because the cats are pulling everything apart. 1 second. Let's see if that helps at all. Helps a. It's still a little staticky. Let's see. Give me 1 second. It's okay. Could be worse. I don't really have a professional lighting setup. The kittens are like very sensitive to heat. Like even more so than the OG cats. So right now they're just like melting. Let's see here. Let's go back. What are we at? We are at 3 hours. We might do a little bit. We might do 4 hours. Winter might get a little angry at me, but I want to actually build this guy up. His powerful cover, joint defense, operative allies gain +2 hit chance and critical hit chance when attacking allies, attacking targets affected by exploits. That's good. Right to study. If an enemy affected by exploit within 5 cells from the operative attack to exploit, yeah, sharpshooter. I don't know if I'll have enough like picks to get all the stuff that I really want. And if the operative had not moved this turn, they get +2 more damage with single shot attacks for every 5 cells between them. And yes, that's really, really good. If the enemy is affected by exploit, I want the one that actually spreads out the exploits every turn. I think enemy affected by exploit within 5 cells from the operative attacks the operative or their ally that 5 suffers. Within 5 cells though. Tide of Excellence. When the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and +2 armor penetration until the end of combat. Only applies to the first strike or projectile or burst attack. Stacks. Uncanny Sight. If the operative inflicts an exploit on enemies that are outside the operative's line of sight, the operative inflicts an exploit even on enemies which are out of the operative's line of sight at the start of the turn. That's fine. That, if nothing else. And I think that's the last thing. Well, we'll do one more thing that increases the amount of exploits. And we have to like put our points into something else next time. Let's do that. Logic, awareness, let's do Xenos, I guess. I don't know who's available. Lord Xenos, Irlet has Xenos lore. Jay has Xenos lore. Jay has lore Imperium. Irdira has awareness. Logic. Everyone's kind of low on logic. I'll put some logic points. Okay. Joint analysis. Perfect spot. Let's see, what were we doing last time? I think what we're going to do... Manipulus. I think you could probably use... pick Manipulus in his next archetype. So I won't pick any more of that. But I will do... Until operative's next turn, all allies remove exploits and deal +5 more damage. Yes. Perfect spot. Operative gains +25 cover efficiency. Technical knowledge. Operative moves 1 exploit for every enemy in a 5-cell radius around the point within 10 cells for the operative. If there's only one enemy that then all allies gain armor. Okay, let's do joint analysis. That's good. Calculate relations. Persistence of the forge. Forge characters gain a stacking plus 10 bonus to hit and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. A stacking 10% bonus to hit and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Yes. Successful critical hits from single target attacks increase the hit. Yeah, okay, that's good. What else? There's so much stuff. I think we'll do persistence of the forge, galvanic reaction. I think I can get this in the next archetype, so it's not that big a deal. Relation. Galvanic reaction. Whenever enemy attacks an ally affected by galvanic field, when it was hit by Yogan, suffer 15% more shock damage until the end of combat. Does not stack. I think we are going to be stacking that up though. Potential difference. After enemy Yogan uses a Magneral Lance, the next instance of shock damage he deals within 1 round is increased by 25 damage. How good is that? Like, what's the range on that? Magneral Lance. Doesn't say. Magneral Lance. It doesn't say. Okay. I don't know what's the range of Magneral Lance. So that might be good, might not be good. At the start of combat, Yogan gains plus 1 stack more potential injury. I would like to do that because I think that is pretty good. If he gets 5 stacks, then he gets plus 1 AP. Ballistic calculation. You know, one of the things I should actually remember to do is get the bonuses like extra wounds, stuff like that. Ballistic calculation. Operative index. This is the first self damage. When the operatives in their partial cover. Joint offense. Operative allies gain plus 2 chance to hit when they attack. Yes. Do that. Weapon skill. I just kind of realized that he's not really getting any bonuses to toughness. So all my parties are going to be super squishy as usual. Intelligence, yes. Another one. Perception, I guess. Okay, calculate relations, lost energy, persistence of the forge, echo pulse. What was some of the things we have? Grenadier, it will not die. Let's do it will not die, of course. And then we're going to finish this off. Until the operative's next turn, cannot move. The target also provokes an attack of opportunity when it attacks. That's not going to be that great. Also cripples the enemy, reducing their weapon skill and ballistic skill by 30 until the end of combat. That's not bad. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. So operative. So we're doing grand strategist, I want to say, right? Yes. Combat tactics. Yes, we're doing grand strategist. That's because I just really like this archetype. So that kill zone stratagem. Okay, so we have stuff that's going to. He's going to spread out his operative. His exploits. I think 𝕽𝖶𝖌𝖚 is going to be doing it as well, right? He has stuff that's going to allow his allies to utilize those in terms of like critical hit and like hit chance. And he also has single shot attacks that are able to give a little nuke around them. And he should have stuff that increases his shock damage. So that's what we have to focus on. So kill zone stratagem. Blitz is great. I remember Blitz from last time. I'll probably do Blitz first. Kill zone stratagem. The Grand Strategist chooses one of the combat tactics areas for 1 round. All enemies that are in that area are forced to reroll successful dodge and parry tests against all attackers. That's good. Overwhelming stratagem. The Grand Strategist chooses one of the combat tactics areas for 1 round. All attacks by allies in that area afflict the overwhelmed effect on any enemy that fails a resistance test for 1 round. Overwhelmed is... intelligence bonus plus fellowship bonus. Okay, sure. Ballistic skill suffers ballistic penalty to ballistic skill, rate of fire, and additional melee creatures have their MT reduced by 3, and range creatures try to get behind cover. That's not bad, I guess. Stronghold Stratagem. I'll do Overwhelming Stratagem. Stronghold Stratagem. The Grand Strategist chooses one of the combat tactics areas for 1 round. All allies in the area gain +3 armor, cannot be overpenetrated, gain immunity to prone effects. Was it based off of intelligence? Fellowship. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Okay. Blitz is good. Grand Strategist chooses one of the combat tactics areas for 1 round. All allies within a range of 9 cells give the ability to move that area. That's so good. Combat Locust Stratagem. The Grand Strategist chooses one of the combat tactics areas for 1 round. All targeted areas bonuses are doubled. All other tactical areas can be discharged. It cannot be used this turn, but can be designated again next round. Trench Line Stratagem. Grand Strategist uses one of the combat tactics, chooses one of the combat tactics areas for 1 round. All allies in that area gain +5 cover efficiency and re-roll all failed characteristic tests. That's not bad as well. Let's see here. Killzone Stratagem. Dodge parry test. All enemies that suffer damage are left immediately die. Let's do Blitz. Definitely. Blitz. Okay, so we have a lot of stuff. Adjusting Frontline. If there are more enemies, we're going to be doing like all builds for Iogun. If there are more enemies than allies in the frontline area, all allies in the area gain more enemies than allies in the frontline area. All allies in the area gain +7 to parry and dodge. Oh, in that area. Okay. Crossfire Zone. Using a stratagem on the frontline area grants allies in that area +10 increased dodge against all allies' attacks. Using a stratagem on the rear. One of the things I usually like, I'm really bad at in a lot of these types of games is I need to make sure that like there's certain things like additional dodge or like little like tertiary like stats that like increase like certain aspect of the game, but actually really make a difference if you keep on building it up. Sometimes I just kind of go like just plain damage, plain defense, stuff like that. I'm not really too creative with how I build my characters in these kind of RPGs, which I should kind of get, I should work around. Using a stratagem on the rear also makes allies that are in that area's enemies, use a stratagem on the rear also makes allies in the area the lowest priority target for 1 round. Not bad. Crossfire zones, adjusting frontline. If there are more allies in the frontline area, all allies deal 7% more damage, and that's based off of Fellowship and Intelligence. Okay, cool. I will bookmark that, actually. Enduring Zone. Using a stratagem on combat tactics area, it grants all allies in the area +6 deflection against their next melee attack they suffer. So not just any, it has to be melee. Allies, including the Grand Strategist in the same combat tactics area with the Grand Strategist, gain +6 perception and agility. Point of interest. All combat tactics bonuses are increased by 4% if the area was not moved for 2 rounds. What's the bonus? Based off of Fellowship and Intelligence. Divided by 2. Okay. All combat tactics bonuses are increased by 4. I think I need more Fellowship for Iogun. All combat tactics bonuses are increased by 4% if the area was not moved for 2 rounds. I think I got to remember to actually level up his Fellowship. I think I have to actually pick a talent for that. All combat tactics bonuses are increased by 4% if the area was not moved for 2 rounds. Okay. Redeployment. Every time a combat tactics area is affected by a stratagem, all allies in that area gain +1 MP for the following turn, stacks with itself. Sure. Okay. Critical Zone. Use your stratagem on a backline grants the areas and the allies in that area +7 increased critical hit chance for against enemies that are protected from cover. They are protected from cover from. That's not bad. Enemies in the same combat tactics area with Grand Strategist suffer a -7 penalty to dodge and parry. So I think, yeah, one of the things I'll immediately have to do is allow him to take advancements in Fellowship, because I don't think he can. Enemies in the same... I'm pretty sure he can. Enemies in the same combat tactics area with the Grand Strategist suffer -7 penalty. Hopefully that never happens. If there are no enemies in the backline area, The first attack in the turn made by every ally in the area costs 1 AP less. That's really, really good. I just got to remember some of the stuff. That's the thing. At the start of the combat, the Grand Strategist gains 1 random unknown stratagem and can use it until the end of the combat for 0 AP. It's good. Mobility Zone. Using a stratagem on a combat tactics area to move area grants all allies in the area the ability to move 1 cell without provoking a tactics opportunity. Sure. The first stratagem used in a turn can be used a second time for 0 AP. Okay. I guess. Personal combat zone. Allies gain the ability to reposition the combat tactics area they're currently in at the cost of 1 AP. Nah, I'm good. Respite zone. Allies in the rear are healed by medikit kits for 5 more, and they gain the same amount of temporary wounds. Okay. Medikits used by allies in the rear also cost 1 AP less. Sure, I'll bookmark that. Why not? Sniping zone. Each ally in the rear grants +7 critical hit chance if there are no enemies in a 5-cell radius around the ally. Each ally in the rear gains +7 critical hit chance if there are no... Okay, got it. So if it's... yes. Strategic offense. Every enemy killed in the frontline area increases all bonuses of contact tactics area and +1 until the end of combat. Okay. Strategic offensive. Every enemy killed in the frontline area increases all bonuses. We already saw that. Each time a Grand Strategist uses a stratagem, they gain a stack of strategic perfection. At 6 stacks... the next stratagem applies to the benefits of all stratagems known by the Grand Strategist, and the stacks are removed. Okay. Interesting, I guess. Using a stratagem on the combat tactics area for the second time in combat refunds +1 AP. Why? Okay. Blurred Locus. After use of combat locus stratagem, one of the areas removed by compass locus stratagem can be recreated immediately. Daunting zone. Willpower resistance has forced by the overwhelming stratagem made with 23%. That's really, really good. What's the bonus on that? What is it made from? That is made by Intelligence Fellowship. Yeah, it really should increase his fellowship. Fortress Zone. Allies under the effect of Trench Line stratagem will dodge area attacks without movement. Immune to all types of forced movement. Okay. Inescapable zone. Rerolls forced by kill zone stratagem are with a 15% penalty. That's good. Overcoming zone. Every time an ally under effect of stronghold stratagem should have suffered an injury, they gain +9 temporary wounds instead. Okay, interesting. Supporting zone. Allies using a stratagem on the combat tactics area allows the Grand Strategist to use all officer abilities. Officer abilities on allies in the area regardless of distance. Interesting. Huh. Well, I don't think he has a lot of officer abilities. It's always like it's just based off of exploits. I'll bookmark it. Okay. So I think what we're gonna do is let's see, characteristics. Does he not have... Can he not actually take fellowship? He might not be able to take fellowship. Characteristics training, ballistic skill, agility, perception. He might not be able to take it. Let's see here. Perception. I don't think he can take fellowship at all. What was it? Plasma. It will not die. I don't see an option to take fellowship stuff. I mean, that kind of sucks. Agility, ballistic skill, intelligence, perception. Did I already pick it? I just didn't even know. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, if that's the case, let's do headline area. I think what are we doing? We're doing backline stuff. Diversion zone. Lowest priority target. Critical zone. Yes. Wait, you have to be in cover too. I'm gonna forget about that, aren't I? Pacific Valley chance. Fire at will. If there are enemies in the backline area, the first attack made in a turn, but every out. Yes. That would be really, really good. Yes, let's do that. Take hold. Yes. Increase. Yes. Fellowship. Let's start doing that. Oh, because he can already do fellowship. Maybe that's why. So fellowship, definitely fellowship. Okie dokie, cowpokely. Opening strategy, sniping zone, I guess. We're doing sniper. Fellowship, we want to up his fellowship a little bit. Killzone stratagem, overwhelming stratagem. Are you doing defend the divine work also? Grants blessing of the homicide to himself or an ally within 7 cells for 1 round, increase their armor and damage dealt. I think that actually is pretty good. We should probably do that. Blitz stratagem, killzone stratagem. For 1 round, all enemies that in that area, they're forced to reroll successful dodge and parry tests. Yeah, that's good. All enemies that suffer damage and are left with less than 20 wounds immediately die. Yeah. Okay. Translate stratagem. For 1 round, all odds in the area coverage efficiency. Let's do divine work. Yes, and that's the last manipulous thing that we'll actually get. So what we got? Lore, logic, I think, is what we need. Logic, just frontline, critical zone. Use stratagem on backline. Alexander increase critical damage. Yes, it recovers from. Opening strategy. First strategy in combat can be used in a turn a second time for you. I don't know why would you want that. Let's actually unbookmark that. Start combat strategists can gain 1 random stratagem, diversion zone. Let's do wee 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 woo wee woo wee woo wee woo. A few things that we need from down here, right? Like for instance, swift movements, staggering jolts, solid projectile. I think we're doing las. I guess we're doing las sniping. Enemies suffer negative 20 penalty dodge against las weapon attacks. Like all the las weapon stuff are like really bad, in my opinion. High resistance, additional damage suffered from Fair and Sanctum stacks. Let's do Grenadier. Fellowship, intelligence, perception, willpower, ballistic skill, yes. Calculated relations. Forces gains get 10% back to start with a single. Bonus to hit, yes. Let's do that. Wait, was it? Wait. Go back. Persistence of a forge with any single target attack. Okay, so it doesn't have to be like it can be energy weapons. Okay, cool. Critical zone, provides strategy, respawn zone. Allies in the rear are healed by medikits. No. Enduring zone, diversion zone. What do we have here? What do we have here? What do we do? What do we doing? I do not know. When an enemy affects an ally affected by galvanic field, enemies by Yogan suffer 15% more shock damage until the end of combat, but it's not energy damage, it's shock. Potential difference. Then okay, after Yogan uses Magnum Rail Lance, the next instance of shock or energy damage he deals within 1 round is increased by 26%. I just don't know like how good the Magnum Rail Lance is. Machine guns protection. Creature affected by blessing of the Messiah, which is that thing that we just got, right? Yeah. So creature's armor is increased by intelligence bonus, up to a maximum of intelligence, and damage it deals, which is good. So if you're affected by creature of Omnicide, gains +0 number of Ferum Sanctum stats. Critical hit chance. Yes. Let's do that. You'll do armor, damage, and crit. So yes, do that. Now what do we doing? What do we doing? What do we do? No. Let's see here. Okay. Yes. All allies in the selected area gain +2. The selected area gain +20% to dodge, parry, and armor. All allies in the selected area have their weapon skill and ballistic skill increased by 20%. All allies in the selected area also gain +20% dodge reduction, armor penetration. Okay. The maximum number of action points granted by take and hold is increased by 5. Sure, I guess. I don't know. Critical zone. So we're doing like backline stuff. Adjusting frontline. If there are more enemies and allies in the frontline area. If there are more allies and enemies in the frontline area. So we're doing Critical zone. I think we're buffing. Well, this is rear, not backline. There's a backline and there's rear. Okay, I gotta remember that. ETH. Wait, let's go. Well, sniping zone, dancing zone, sniping zone. So it's rear. So rear, we're getting rear bonuses for rear stuff. Backline. Let's get this out of the way. Diversion zone. Most priority target for 1 round. Proof strategy. At the start of the combat, you're use one blah 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 blah. Respite zone. So we're rear. Healed by medikits are 4% more, so we get the same amount of temporary wounds. I don't know. Critical zone, diversion zone. I feel like we should do something else. Let's do calculated relations. We can do something like this. After Aegon uses Mega Rail Lance, soccer energy damage. Let's just do that. That's fine. Basic skill, perception, willpower, fellowship. What do we have? We have currently 60 intelligence. We have 50 fellowship. So let's do one more. And we'll do intelligence 2. And we'll do Medicaid, awareness. What do we got? Logic. What do we have? Logic. 95 logic. That's fine. Okay, so Killzone Stratagem. I think we're going to do Killzone Stratagem, right? We're not going to be doing any of this other stuff. I don't think. Current challenges chooses one of the combat tactics areas. For 1 round, all enemies in that area force a real successful dodge and parry attacks against all allies. Yes. I think we're going to do Killzone. Okay, that's it. It took like what? Like 2 hours? Okay, so 45 ballistic skill. I thought I had more, but that's fine. He can buff himself. Let's do... First off, save. It's like we have to redo that. Oh my god. I'll be so upset. Okay, we'll probably not be streaming for too much longer. Let's see, what are we at right now? We are at... we'll do under a half an hour. We'll do that. What do? There's a lot of stuff he's missing. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, we're doing energy sniping. What was it? Range 10, maximum 20. So we are doing snipe. Did we do shoot. A sniper rifle, solid projectile. We'll do that. I think it's all boo. That's pretty cool. Magna Rail Lance, there it is. Okay, cool. But it increases shock and energy damage. So we should do crescendo, auto gun. Need range 3. I need scrappy las gun, precise las gun, range 10. Let's see, assault las gun, range 10. Needle rifle, range 18. Needle rifle. I need energy. Did I sell it? Hopefully not. Assault las gun, 10. It definitely doesn't do energy damage, so I should not be thinking about that. Oh, crap. Ripper, solid projectile. Probably have to like buy something for him. Solid projectile. I think I might have actually sold it. We'll just give him like just a plain las gun. Crescendo, solid projectile, auto gun, or we can just do plasma. Let's see, 10 range for plasma gun. 3 melt gun. Maximum 6. Maximum 20. Let's see, do scrappy las gun. Hell no. You know what? Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Precise las gun. Okay. Maximum 20. Rebel sniper rifle. Assault las gun. Maximum 20, maximum 30. Think I don't have anything. Las rifle. I don't have the kind of like sniper options. I mean, I have Eldar energy snipers. But that's not really going to affect me. I guess I'm just going to keep them. Let's see here. Assault las gun, 10, 15. How am I going to do this? Maximum 20, assault las gun. Precise las gun. 10. God, it sucks so bad. Like I have the bonus based on las weaponry, right? So, shit. Okay. Let's see here. We definitely have to do energy damage. So, I think shotgun, sniper rifle, crescendo. Wait, I think is it additional energy damage added to SP? Let me see. Okay, I'm not respecking him again. I'm not. But let's see here. So you are types, discharge distribution. Yeah, you electrify strikes. So you are doing energy damage based on the AoE you're doing. Defend the fine work. Depaneling attack, galvanic field. Magneral blast. Select the main target and 2 cells within 4 cell radius around it. Within 2 cells? That's the range for Magneral blast? Sure. Okay, whatever. I'll come back to this later. Maybe I'll respec it after the stream. But let's see here. Talents. Expose weakness in exposure. Allies enemies. Combat tactics. Firewall. Sniping zone. Persistence of the forge. Conduction. Excess energy. Machine gun protection. Potential difference. Grenadier. Dismantling. Plasma weapon expert. Plasma weapon attacks gain plus. Did he just get it? I think he just got it from his background. Belted weapon, plasma weapon, proficiency. Okay, I'll just give him like plasma for now. So we know he'll be fine. He can't use any armor. I thought as much. Let's see here. So, can I do anything in descending order? Type, descending order. Yes. What do we got? We got Whenever suffers. Wait, can he actually use helmet? Doesn't look like he can use helmets, but okay. Sniper's bravado. Whenever the wearer does a single shot range attack, deals more damage or equal to more than 25% of the target's maximum wounds. A stack maximum wounds. Wait, whenever wearer's single shot range attack deals equal or more than 25% of the target's maximum wounds. Well, that, I mean, in hard difficulty, that's never going to happen. Randomly fixed blind attack. I'll just put it on him. Yeah, it doesn't even say. Self-cowboy and doggle. The wearer successful single attack inflicts stunned. The wearer successful single attacks inflict stunned if the fails a resistance test. Let's just do that. So what we got? Resists the recoil of automatic weapons. Okay. Provoke his helmet applies a penalty to perception. Using reload for any weapon causes 1 AP less. Sure, why not? Once returned, when the wearer scores a... it's pistol. When a wearer kills a enemy in a 1 cell radius with a shot, no. If warned by the Death Cult Assassin, no. Wearer's persuasion increased by 10, no. When the wearer and all allies in a 2 cell radius gain momentum, they gain an equal amount of temporary wounds, no. Whenever the wearer suffers a critical hit, the attacker immediately suffers 1 warp damage, no. Using grenades costs negative 1 AP for the wearer. And for now, yeah, sure, why not? The wearer suffer against plus in toughness and intelligence less than 35. No, that's not even going to work. If the target of the wearer's range attack fails a toughness resistance test, With a negative 10 penalty, it inflicts exhaustion. Sure, why not? Okay. Plus the carouse. Sure, no. Grants plus 5 armor. No. If warned by Death Gold Assassin, no. Grants plus 10 to tech use. No. Single attacks with bolter weapons automatically. Well, I'm not going to be using bolter weapons. Where's Lore Imperium? Does stuff. Work against that. Charge ability, no. Okay, so I think I'm good to proceed for once. Let's see, wait. I think I'm missing something. Let's see. Do we have... I think needs a necklace stuff. Here we go. Wait, you can't even use it. Yeah, I don't have any necklace stuff. Oh, that's fine. Whatever. Let's see here. And sure. Okay. Good enough. Wait, do I have energy stuff? Okay. So much stuff. So much stuff. Fast lights. Do I have any energy damage? Grenades. Energy damage, impact damage. Ooh, Ficeline. Energy damage, here we go. Oop. Energy damage. Okay, let's do it. Let's see if I'm going. We'll play for a little bit longer, then we'll end the stream. But thanks for bearing with me, guys. Okay. Guys, if you haven't already, be sure to like and follow and subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. I really would appreciate it if you would do so. Current goal is to get to about 1K subscribers in order to kind of utilize the partnership program that I actually have over on YouTube. But yeah, I do stream Wednesday, Thursday nights, Saturday, Sunday mornings. And if you... Oh, and I should probably look into this. Oh, actually, I don't have any more augments. That's fine. Let's check this out. But anyways, yeah, I do stream Wednesday, Thursday nights, Saturday, Sunday mornings. So if you ever want to just kind of come around, hang out, lurk, it's totally fine. You are helping out as well. I do appreciate you guys. The High Factotum, Surge Matcher, and General Ferens are already waiting by you in the mysterious door. The wall behind him looks perfectly flat. Only the metal coat of arms gleaming in the lumen light and the steady glow of the genetic guardian's impassive lenses reveal that one of the dynasty's secrets lies behind this wall. Interesting. It's always nice to hang out in a stream. Take care. Yeah. Oh, you taking off? I'll see you later, Saint. Warden. The guardian of the secret room looks far less menacing than the gargoyle that guards entrance to the warrant chamber. Okay. This is just a recess in the wall, framed by metal, with an analyzer needle inside and a small vid screen beside it. Lines of mechanically indifferent text appear on the screen. Access is forbidden. Entry is authorized only for 𝕿𝖌𝖚𝖊𝖊𝖗 von Valentius or his direct descendants of the Teawhistle dynasty. Examine the coat of arms on the wall. The heraldic symbols cast in a notable bronze are undoubtedly from the von Valentius dynasty. Only certain details draw your eye. Some elements of the ornamentation of the archaic script. They indicate that the coat of arms as well as the wall itself are several centuries old.
Answer me, spirit of the genetic guardian. Who is 𝕿𝖌𝖚𝖊𝖊𝖗?
The guardian's vid screen flickers slightly. Error. The request is invalid. Entry is authorized only for 𝕿𝖌𝖚𝖊𝖗 von Valentius or his direct descendants. Place your hand in the recess. Yes. The analyzer pierces your hand, wriggling repulsively beneath your skin. A split second later, the color of the genetic guardian's vid screen changes to welcoming green. Identification passed. Welcome, member of the von Valentius dynasty. A tremor passes through the wall, accompanied through a deep groan of ancient locks releasing. Vivisector Martinez. Vivisector Martinez's pupils dilate. He takes a wary step forward and freezes. Incredible. Generations of surgeons have toiled away here and were utterly unaware. Genitor Ferens. Ferens lets out a shocked exclamation in Technolingus, which shifts to a sharp binary screech. Then, embarrassed by his outburst, the tech priest bashfully steps aside, peacefully making way for you. High Factorum, Janner Standrock. I advise you to take every conceivable precaution, your lordship. Dynasty secrets can be more than a little dangerous. Is what it is. The door slides to one side with a metallic thud. Interesting. So we found the secrets. We got an achievement. Found the secret study of 𝕬𝖃. Stale air rushes out from the hidden room, carrying with it particles of centuries-old dust. Okay, let's go. Valencius. Now 𝕿𝖆hvißle.
A new challenge for me?
Okay. Interesting. We got any lore dumps here? Vials. Okay. Interesting parchments. Oh, hello there. Okay.
My great ancestor, not a Ratling, but we cannot hold that against him.
Goods. Tech use J? Sure.
A job for me.
We got hydraulic booster. Okay, it's a bionic. The user gains a jump maneuverability. What? Wait. Jump maneuverability. Okay. Upon landing, there's a 0% number of Pharaoh Sanctum chance that the user falls prone. Okay, sure. And deals shock damage. So you can make him like a dragoon. The user gains the jump maneuverability. Jump. Interesting. 1 AP, cooldown 1. User jumps to a cell within agility bonus cells without provoking attack of opportunity. That's not bad. You can give that to my tank. Interesting. Despite the stale air in the small chamber, the richly jeweled display case looks as if it has been meticulously maintained all this time. There's not a single mote of dust on the clear, gleaming glass. Okay. Tattered diary. What's this? The chair, luxuriously upholstered in natural velvet, is clearly the work of a highly skilled craftsman. It is obviously, at a glance, it is worth a fortune. 𝕬𝖃. Okay. 𝕬𝖃, a figure in a grand attire, stares down at you from the portrait with an air of regal superiority. Interesting. Very noble looking guy. Let's take a look at him. Interesting. Kind of like the colors for Von Valancius is a little different. I think Von Valancius is blue. Not a lot of whites in it. Interesting. Okay. A little heretical with the Xeno sword, but okay. A figure in a grand attire stares down at you from the portrait with an air of regal superiority. The insignia embellishing his lavish cloak reveals no room for doubt. This is a rogue trader of bygone days. His right hand rests on the hilt of an exquisite blade, and his roguish half-smile radiates majestic can't even say it. I don't know why. The plaque reads, 𝕬𝖃 von Valancius, Massimo of Kronos, rogue trader of Imperium and guiding light of his dynasty. I guess 700 years... Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, 700 years ago, yeah. Actually, wait, 700 years ago would be the pen and paper RPG timeline. Oh, wait. Oh, willpower, 80%? Wait, why is there a willpower check?
You're a forgotten legend now, old man. But the Kronos Expanse will not forget me so quickly, I assure you.
Succeeded. You know you speak the truth. You begin to think that the man in the portrait is looking back at you with faith in his eyes. Study the details of the portrait. It's hard to argue with the simple truth. The subject of the portrait was an extremely good-looking individual. Not one of his meticulously painted scars, which a rogue trader bore like medals of military valor, could spoil his noble beauty. Examine the weapon in the portrait. There can be no doubt about the weapon's origins. The sword depicted by this unknown artist's brush was not forged by human hands. The fluid curves, the exceptional luster of the blade, and the gem hilt show the weapon to be the work of an Eldari artisan. The blade is also unusual for the runes engraved along its length. They're most ancient indeed. An inscription is Eldari language, recounting the legend of an unholy god of war revealed by the Xenos. Interesting. J. One intriguing blade, but to display it in a ceremonial portrait is a sign of either fantastic arrogance or self-indulgent stupidity. Study the background of the painting. Your eyes drawn to the head of a predatory creature behind the man. Its bestially face, distorted in mortal rage, is vaguely familiar, and his gaze, too intelligent for a dead thing, is fixed on something very specific outside the painting. Okay, yeah, so one of those creatures from the whatchamacallit colony. Look closely at the face. Chiseled features, dark brows, and a gaze full of inner strength. You also notice finely worked furrows of stubbornness on his forehead and at the corners of his mouth. The artist strove to capture the complex character of a strong-willed man and seems to have done a superlative job. Is that how you say it? With sudden clarity, you realize this image has been significantly embellished. What you have before you is a ceremonial portrait intended to cast the subject in the most favorable light possible. Either that, or the artist whose brush produced this work truly did see your ancestor as some kind of idol. Okay. Okay, sure. Turn your attention to something else. Reflections of light play whimsically on the expensive oil which the portrait is painted. I don't want his portrait hung in this on Captain Guppo's chain. Burn the portrait! No. Step away. Interesting. Burn the portrait. Oh, Rogue Trader, you so crazy. Tattered diary.
Keep a sharp eye.
The cover of this book is coated in a thick layer of dust. The sprayed edges have been warped and are marred with decay. Writing implements lie in disarray. An autoquill, an ornately shaped inkwell, and a paperweight, as if the diarist had made the last entry before leaving the secret study in haste. Dust off the cover. The sturdy, well-crafted leather with expensive embossing has hardly faded with the effects of time. The von Valesius coat of arms stamped on is embellished with large gems. The book is covered in many scratches and scuffs, as if the book has survived more than a few adventures. At the bottom of the cover, the name 𝕽𝖌𝖚𝖊𝖃 von Valesius is written in florid script. It appears to be a personal diary. Okay, open to the first few pages. The pages are filled with crumpled writing alongside blots crossed out and sweeping underlines that reveal the owner's passionate nature. The ink is faded and decayed as the pages themselves, the thin parchment crumbling to dust at any careless touch. Middle, I guess? All I can be for certain is that the portion of my designs that most of my retinue would consider overly bold will not leave the confines of these chambers. It is rather amusing that this personal laboratory has ultimately become a secret sanctuary to whose walls I can tell the most of my ideas and research. At times I sense that the esteemed 𝕿𝖶𝖆𝖊𝖃 is entirely aware of its existence. But the Archmagos has always possessed that rare combination of human qualities, a sense of tact coupled with the ability to keep others' secrets. The stream of thought is cut short. The next page of the diary has been ripped out. Interesting. Last entry. The siege is over, but it takes more than a single battle won to snuff out the flames of war. They are showering me with their artless praise. They are lauding me as the savior of the dynasty, and yet I cannot shake the thought that it might be my hand that signed its death warrant. What if the artifact in front of me now is not enough? Yet the place where I found this relic may still hold more. The God Emperor willing, I shall find them. No one must know about the cluster I discovered. No one must interfere in my search. I will order a brosserio not to record the warp routes in the archives of the esteemed house. And should I fail, then perhaps my descendants might finish what I started. The dynasty's private cogitator on Dargona seems ancient and loyal enough for me to entrust it with these coordinates. Okay, so that's where I have to go. The access identifier is Laria. This will open up the secret journals, the secret areas of the machine spirit's memory. I hope I'll be the one to actually read this journal upon my return. I hope I will destroy this evidence of my inexcusable faintness of heart. The remaining pages of the diary are utterly untouched. Perhaps the cogitator in the place of Dargonis mentioned in the last entry can tell you more about this mysterious 𝕽𝖃 von Valesius in his life's journey. Interesting. Dr. Meaty, hey, what's going on? Didn't they just announce a new DLC for this game? Just now? For this game? No, I have been looking at the feeds for Rogue Trader. I mean, great. I think because I'm kind of going on this one for like how many DLCs were on the Pathfinder series that they were working on. So I think Pathfinder had like 3 DLCs, 3 or 4 DLCs, something like that. So That would make sense if it was 3 or 4 DLCs for Rogue Trader. I thought it did. I'll have to look it up. Maybe before we end the stream, we'll take a look really quick. But hey, Dr. Meaty, what's going on? Super Milk, hey, what's going on? Yo, man, just came across your stream and dropped a follow. Respect the hustle. Thank you. I also know a big Twitch streamer with over 5... Okay, Super Milk. Okay, I'll let that slide one time. No more advertising unless I say so, okay? Super Milk? I know it's co-op. Huh, interesting. Now what? Okay. He's so tiny. High Factum Generous Danrock. Generous wipes the sweat from his brow, then sets to drying his fleshy hand with a silk handkerchief. Your Lordship, has your search been successful? Have you learned anything about the fate of mysterious 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖊𝖗?
After a thorough search, I found a handwritten diary signed by 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖊𝖗 von Valentius.
That's something. One can learn a great deal about an individual from their personal writings. That is, of course, assuming that that he was sufficiently truthful in his account. What did the diary entries tell you, Lord Captain? That the secret chamber was a sanctuary and laboratory. I believe 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖊𝖗 was overly interested in radical ideas. I trust Danrock. Danrock is the GOAT, really. He's probably the coolest, like member of the Tier 2 crew, or whatever you want to call it. That explains a great many things, in particular the fact that no mention of him survives to official histories. A tense furrow forms on Janus's brow. I suppose there must be something dark and nefarious behind all this, far more than we can even guess.
The final entry tells of a siege of 𝕿𝖗𝖆, but in historical events, not in the chronicles.
Fellow, what exactly is he? He's a space halfling. So we're playing as a Ratling character through a mod called Toybox. So it's just modified him. He's a little bit he has more. He has a perception bonus, agility bonus, but penalties to agility. And, penalties to strength and toughness. What would you rate this game? This is an amazing game. I recommend it to anyone, especially if someone is getting to Warhammer 40,000 for the first time. This is a great introduction for it, I would say. But why don't you try it? Space Halfling? Yeah. It's fairly easy to do. I mean, one of the mods you can get for it is called Toybox, so you can alter, you can respect guys, like forcefully respect guys, even your companions, alter like portraits and stuff. I mean, you can add like portraits to like random NPCs in the game. If you really wanted to. But yeah, we're playing a majority space halfling party. We're kind of like the Fellowship of the Ring, but in space. And like the main character, he's slowly falling to corruption.
The final entry tells of a siege of 𝕿𝖗𝖆, but in historical event is not in the chronicles.
Let me think. That is strange indeed. I have studied the history of the dynasty in enough detail to recall all the major battles of the last millennium, and none took place in the capital world.
I also found a reference to a certain cogitator on the Palace of 𝕿𝖗𝖆, as well as a data key that grants access to its archives.
Wonderful. You should definitely go to the 𝕿𝖗𝖆 and convey the code. I think we have stuff to do on 𝕿𝖗𝖆 anyways. And convey that code to the cogitator's machine spirit.
As far as I know, Danrus, nothing more has survived the records.
Thank you for the information, Your Lordship. Is it essential that I answer any more of your questions? Well, I should say I found a portrait of a nobleman holding an unusual sword in one of the walls. What gave you the notion that the blade depicted was more than just a ceremonial weapon, Your Lordship? Heretical. Okay, I'll say heretical stuff. Because I'm trying to build up his heretical side. The unnamed such a portrait of someone else.
The unnamed subject of the portrait somehow obtained an Eldar ritual sword decorated with their religious writings. It would be a pleasure to possess such a thing.
Heretical plus 10. Nice. The High Factorum pales slightly and looks away. I see. There's a strong indicator that the Blade's wielder was a most distinguished individual. Even among rogue traders, not everyone can afford to possess an item. It must be a genuine portrait of 𝕿𝖵𝖊𝖗.
The fellow in the portrait was rather handsome and sumptuously dressed. Not as much as I, Guppo Teawhistle.
I see. Alas, this sheds no light on who he really was, although an elegant appearance is indeed a hallmark of nobility, and you are no small proof of that.
Oh, Danrock, you flatter me. That's everything I managed to discover. What are your thoughts?
Vivisector Martinez, your lordship, I imagine that 𝕿𝖌𝖚𝖊 was a man of remarkable talents and extraordinary destiny. I regret that I was fated never to see him in the flesh. Genitor Ferens. The life form Genitor Ferens is extremely disturbed by discovered addition to the genealogical tree of von Valencia's dynasty. I request permission to make an appropriate changes to the Sector Bionica archives. Sure, why not? It seems that 𝕿𝖌𝖚𝖊 von Valencius was indeed the one erased from the official chronicles. I wonder what deed prompted such a step. I do hope that when the machine spirit of ancient cogitator on Dargonis sheds light on this mystery, we'll not have to consign what we learned to oblivion as well, Lord Captain. Who knows?
Stuff happens.
Dr. Meaty. Okay,
I
let's
won't
see.
tolerate weakness.
We'll grab this. It's probably another bionic, I'm assuming. What do we got? So we got another arm augment. The user's attacks with a weapon in this hand inflict +5 levels of toxin and the toxic saturation effect. Toxic saturation. When the creature dies, it explodes, dealing 0 levels of toxic damage, minimum with 30 armor penetration to all creatures. And it's all creatures, though. Interesting. There's probably a build you can do for that. I've always wanted to try to like do a toxic build. Okay, I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else in here. Okay. So we'll do. I think I'll put Solomorn under, give him that little jump ability. Okay, here. Where's Solomorn?
Solomorn, come over here.
Big old belly. Let's see here. Bionic legs. Get a little. They look like springs. They're little spring legs. Spring legs. Yeah. Fair and Sanctum. Yeah, you suffer more damage to shock. That's fine. Wait, is that it? That's all I have to do? Selling visors and hydraulic boots. Yeah, he can jump. He can do Inspector Gadget legs. Yeah. Hell yeah, son. Okay, I think that's it. That's all I can really do for today. I think I'm already at like 4 hours. Almost 4 hours, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to peace out, guys. Thank you, guys. Guys, my lighting is so bad. I need to get like professional lighting in here. Guys, thank you very much for attending my stream. I really do appreciate every last one of you. You and you and you, especially you. You're beautiful, wonderful, incredible. You deserve all the love in the world. Don't forget it, guys. I will be back Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Not quite sure. I'll have my schedule ready. I'll try to have my schedule ready by tonight. I'll have it ready before we get, ASAP, essentially. I think what we're going to do mostly is going to be the same. We will be doing Road Trader on the following Sunday because we're going to be playing more of the Mozion DLC, right? Oh, wait. Before we check, let's see if I can really quick. I want to see if a Rogue Trader DLC 4. See really quick. Oh, what? Okay, you're right. Okay, let's go over here really quick. Pause on the outro. Pause on the outro. Let's see. Is there a trailer for it? Interesting. A DLC for the Warhammer 40,000 Road Trader DLC 4 is called The Perceptional of the Damned. Scheduled for release between July and September. Is included in Season Pass 2. Will take place in the massive otherworldly graveyard of Xenos ships lost in the void. Okay. Okay. Before I read any further, Orc Companion. 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 Like, you have to have Orc Companion. I'm sorry. Orc Companion is something you have to have. Because, like, the pen and paper game was the first Warhammer 40,000 RPG that let you play Xenos characters, right? And it had a whole system for, like, using Orc characters in it, right? Like, so it definitely have to be. Okay, before I read any more. Okay, while specific details on upcoming expansion are still unfolding, every early information highlights the following key features. Setting: a massive, terrifying graveyard of warp-crushed space hulks and vessels orbiting a mysterious black star. New companion, you'll be joined by a brand new companion specifically shaped by this impossible time-bending environment. Okay. Expecting shifting corridors, ancient traps, new enemies, and fresh gameplay mechanics. Yeah, like Space Hulks would be kind of like a very good like roguelike mechanic for a game, because you can go in essentially what rogue if you're unfamiliar with it, guys. Space Hulks, you know how I say that you can go in order to get faster and light travel, they go through the hell dimension, which doesn't really have the same laws of like time and space on it, if any, right? Sometimes like the matter um, gets like distorted and like spit back in the universe, but it's all like like different ships kind of like get merged together into like these like giant things called Space Hulks. So they can be like a giant asteroid with like tons of like dozens of like hundreds of ships on it, like a small moon, right? And they're just like you go inside of them, and they're like little dungeons, right? So you go around, you find ancient technology. Some people actually, have like little small functioning Geller fields in it, so you can have like societies on space. You can find like tons of stuff on Space Hulks, right? They're generally incredibly valuable. Sometimes you can salvage ships from Space Hulks, which are, you have to like, it's a whole thing, but like there's certain, I think in the pen and paper game, there's actually an origin story where you can have for your ship, your party ship, where it was salvaged from a Space Hulk, and it has kind of like certain like haunted elements to it, right? Related content. New companion gameplay. Expect shifting corridors, ancient traps, new enemies, and fresh gameplay mechanics. Okay. Does it say anything else? Seems LSU page. Tries in the Infinite. Okay, well, interesting. I'll keep you guys updated as much as I can on that. But yeah, you guys are all amazing. You're wonderful, incredible. Be sure to like and follow and subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you guys for staying around while I respec 𝕿𝖗𝖆, and I'll try to find him like an energy sniper rifle. We'll play around with him later on. But yeah, keep an eye open. I'll let you guys know what my schedule is going to be, and take care of each other. Come hang out with me over Discord, and yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Peace be with you.